Yay!
This is amazing. Brad Keselowski's going to bring that gift to the boss man.
The man with the plan, Brad Keselowski, he's going to win. Brad Keselowski, so happy for this guy. Checkered flag for Keselowski. Sprint Cup win.
A Cup champion.
Victory's going to belong to Brad Keselowski.
Here he is. We'll welcome him in. Your 2012
We have Brad K
NASCAR
today.
Cup Series champion and named one of 75 greatest drivers in NASCAR, Brad Keselowski. Welcome, buddy.
Thank you. Wow, look at this. This is awesome. I love Amazon. I love the coverage. I love what y'all do, and I'm glad to be a part of the show.
I'm fired up to have you here. It's been so fun to get to drive for you, to fill in for you to start the season. That was an unbelievable experience at the Clash. Go to Daytona
Yes.
500. What I've really enjoyed, man, is to see just how you work and how much stuff you have on your plate, and you're still such a great leader, great race car driver. But first, had a little bit of issue yesterday. Brad, I'm worried. Starting shotgun in the tail. What happened yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday in qualifying, we had a little engine issue, some debris in the air box, and was not ideal at all. So, now
Hey,
we're
Corey.
shotgun basically on the field. I think there's maybe one or two cars behind us, but you know, we got a lot of cars.
The start time moved up, which anybody that is a member of my Discord, I made sure to let everybody know. Yeah, when you join my Discord, if you join from Twitch, I automatically give you the role studio audience. I know that you guys are part of the Twitch crew, so.
Seen Denny come from the back twice in the last 2 weeks to win the race. And you talk about what
Brad's win here in 2011 was impressive too, because that was after he broke his ankle in the testing wreck, and he held off the late Kyle Busch.
Yeah, I think there, you know, there's some
That's also the same race that Kurt and Jimmy got into it too,
to get around and to know what you want out of your car and how to really race. And then there's some
racing for
races,
third.
you know, pull out gutsy driving. And what I like about Pocono is the 3 different corners and the approach that you have to have as a driver to hit the right groove. And in some ways, just
That was a good late race battle too between Brad and Kyle in that race.
And we're going to talk about this some more later, but it is such a tough corner to get around. It's got that big tunnel bump, and it's intense. And if you don't approach that corner right, you get yourself in trouble really quickly. So I think that experience at a track like this is really benefited me.
Well, we would love to see you go from the back to the front today and follow in Denny's footsteps, but you're probably going to have to go through the 11, Brad. He's starting on the pole, the hottest driver in NASCAR right now. Back-to-back victories. He's never won 3 consecutive. We'll see if he can do it today. You look at the average finish, best in field. The numbers that he's putting up, Brad, at 45 years old.
I think at this point, this might be a Denny Hamlin. And then again, we're going to his best race. We're at his best racetrack. You know, his best racetrack. Pocono.
They got a lot of power, great aerodynamics, and the collaboration that they have amongst Joe Gibbs Racing.
But I was thinking about it this week myself too. You know, why is Toyota so much better than everybody else? And I started rethinking all the races I've seen, and I know where they're beating everybody. And it's not necessarily on horsepower. The cars are good on a long run. Their handling is, at this point, the best in the field right now. They've hit on something as far as the handling this season.
He runs well. He got his first win here at Pocono 20 years ago. And so that gives me to the
It's up to both. Of course, that first win, he blew the tire going into the tunnel turn. I think it was like 50 laps into the race.
And when you put a driver with his talent, with the fastest race car on the racetrack,
And they can, well, again, that's their edge right now. That's why they're so much better than everybody else. Everybody's trying to catch up. And I'm a big believer in this. And I guarantee you some people may not believe me, but if you start thinking about it, it makes so much sense. There is such thing as a championship hangover. Granted, you see it sometimes out of the guys that race for a championship, not necessarily the champion. But seeing Kyle Larson hasn't won a race yet this season. I'm a firm believer that there's a hangover from winning the championship the year before.
Meanwhile, last Sunday, Denny's teammate Christopher Bell hit the wall on lap 148. NASCAR has confirmed it was the hardest crash impact of the next-gen era. And here's Marty Snyder.
You see, it's that onboard camera. I rewatched my stream of this, and it's that onboard camera that gets me of the Bell wreck, because you see, I don't know what is that ignition box or ECU or whatever that is sitting on the right side just pops up when he hits the wall.
In the finger area for Christopher to be able to put that on, that involved a little sewing. They were able to make that happen. Inside the car, let's talk about what they did. Left side of the steering wheel, they had to shave that down, wrap it like a tennis racket. That worked out very well in practice. All the switches normally on the left-hand side, as you get the sneak peek here inside the 20 car, are now on the right-hand side.
It'd be interesting to see if Chris does go the whole distance today. That'll be a good indicator of how
with his right hand as well, as Bell said to the
how much he's actually hurting.
Driving one-handed out there. I asked Adam Stevens, how did all that go in practice yesterday? And he said Bell was actually kind of surprised at how well everything went. And he said, you know what? I'm going to be in great shape today. I don't see any scenario where I get out of the car. But Danielle, if he needs to, Brandon Jones is on standby for Christopher Bell today.
Great reporting, Marty. Thank you.
Like I said, literally, they were just, I mentioned about Brad. Brad's win here, which I believe was his second win that season, because he won Kansas, was his first that season. He was running with a broken ankle and held off in a great battle with Kyle Busch to win that one.
How tough is it to get back into a race car just 7 days after one of the hardest hits of your life?
Well, Danielle, I think the old adage, you got to get back on the horse after you fall off. That sounds really easy, but I don't know if you ever fell off a horse. It's
not the first time we've seen an injured driver win, too. Denny Hamlin, after he had ACL surgery in 2010, won the Spring Texas race.
And Christopher Bell just took one of the hardest hits you'll ever see in a race car. He's hurt. You know, we talked about it. Marty just talked about his broken wrist. But more than the physical damage, I think of the mental side of getting back in a race car after a hit like that. There's some part of his brain somewhere that's saying, I don't know if I want to do this.
I know I got it max volume, but God, it seems so low in my ear.
After a hit like that, get back out there, get in your car, and drive it to the limit. And drive it to the limit against some of the best competitors in all of motorsports.
You want to give me the? You want me to give you the simple answer, John? Yes.
Now, physical challenge is going to be, you know, it's not going to be easy for him. For sure.
Yes.
Particularly at a track that you have to.
I'm not betting against him.
Because he's going to have to use his arms differently.
I'm not betting. If this were any other racetrack, aside maybe from like Martinsville or Richmond, I'd question it. But it's his best racetrack. Oh, do that. This is Denny's best racetrack.
And you just put the helmet on, you flip the switch, and you send it. So, man, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, very impressive. And
he's starting on pole. And he's got the #1 pit stall selection.
Oh, by the way, pretty admirable. Christopher Bell will start 22nd on the field.
The ball's in his court. You got to take it away from him.
Fans have been turning out in Pocono for years, but I swear the crowd gets larger and louder every time we come.
You have to take it away from him.
It's incredible to see the campground sold out for the 6th consecutive season, ready for 400 miles of racing.
If I was a bet man, and I don't like to bet, if I was a bet man,
game plan for your mental health is just as important. See how top athletes prioritize their mind as much as their body at your mind.
it's more like at this point, I want somebody to try to make the argument that Denny isn't the favorite today. You know, I would love to see somebody try to defend. It's too bad Hammer was in the chat right now because I'm sure he would try, just to spite me. But I would honestly like to see somebody try to sit there and say, okay, there, somebody else could try to make a case for somebody else other than Denny.
Doctor says you have chronic lymphocytic leukemia. That wasn't part of the
Like I said, you look at the stats. His best racetrack. He's one of the last two. He's on the pole. He's got the #1 pit stall. I mean, at this point, At this point, I don't think it's a matter of somebody beating them as much as them beating themselves.
New cancers, including skin cancers, heart rhythm problems, and liver problems.
I think it's going to take them beating themselves to dethrone them right now.
Urine or yellowing skin. Calquence may harm an unborn baby. Ask your doctor about pregnancy and breastfeeding. These are not all the side effects. Use sun protection.
And action.
Ask your doctor about Calquence. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
And there it was, the first great American yell, echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? In this country, in loud we trust.
Yeah, when does TNT take over? Sonoma. So we got one more race with Amazon in San Diego next week, and then we're with TNT.
You ready? Let me get in.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. and IHOP.
Probably the worst of the broadcasters. At least last season.
Will you sign my pancakes?
And TNT was by far the worst last year. It wasn't even close.
Traffic is a good thing. It is packed here at Pocono. Usually Long Pond is a small town with only 7,000 residents, but race fans from all over the country are packing it in to see 400 miles of racing at the Tricky Triangle. 1 year ago, they saw this man, Chase Briscoe, wind up in victory lane. He'll be joining us here live on the set in just a few moments. We've got Brad Keselowski as our guest analyst today. And Brad, you know as anyone, there is a potential for big wrecks here at Pocono. We've seen them for years. We saw it in the O'Reilly race yesterday, and we certainly saw a big one at Michigan last week. Let's take you back to lap 83.
The restart rack.
We love this racetrack. It's big.
It's a good thing they're not racing in Michigan today because the weather is terrible here today. It's cool, but it's pouring. It's doing nothing but raining here. It's a good thing they ran last week.
38 laps to go, stage 2. As we get the restart with those HMS Chevys out front.
Reddick with a really good push on
turn right at the start.
I said there was two things that happened last week in that wreck too. You had the Hendrick teammates were more than likely playing the teammate game restart. Hocevar got such a run on Image, he basically drove into the back of him.
Carson, he just gets so excited he can't help it. I was like, oh shit, like I thought somebody missed a shift.
He's creating a lot of enemies. This is the same old story, same old Hocevar. But I just told him, you're fast.
Brandon Jones, John.
You have, what you're able to do.
Brandon Jones is on standby.
We can put a race together better than you, so that's all.
Chances are I think he makes the distance today, though. If I'm a bet man, I think he goes the distance.
and then we'll go race.
They call him the Hurricane, maybe for a reason. His fans love it, Brad, but you hear there the competitors are getting frustrated each and every week. You're racing with him. Where do you weigh in on his driving style?
Well, you know, when you come in the sport as a new driver with the talent that Carson Hocevar has, you're going to make some mistakes. Some things are going to happen. The challenge I see for Carson is there's only so long you can get away with.
Larry Mack had a good take on Carson, too. He said that
you know, I've heard a lot of comparisons.
he doesn't want to see him keep apologizing like he is. You know?
Carson only has one win.
You think about it, Dale Sr. never really apologized for the stuff he did.
If you want to compare yourself to
You know?
the Earnhardts and the Kyle Bushes, you have to win. And this sport will cycle drivers, and it will cycle people fast, particularly if you cause a lot of problems and you don't win. If you want to be
Yeah.
the Earnhardt or Kyle Busch, you got to win.
And Brad's kind of right, too. It's like he's got to win more than just... I mean, he's got one win right now.
They're fast enough to get solid top fives. They might not be fast enough to win, but they're solid enough for you to be racing every week in the top five, putting yourself in position, and you cannot do that when you're in the garage area or your fenders are tore up and everybody's mad at you, you know. And so he's got a fast car.
Well, still,
He just
John,
executes races.
would trigger the backup,
He's actually, to me,
yeah, as a factor, but I said this last week. What caused the first car to spin?
it stops helping you.
They were fine until Hocevar got into the back of Nemechek.
Well, Corey loves a scouting report, and the note I just got here is that Hocevar has been involved in incidents involving 30 drivers so far this year, and we're only about halfway
30 drivers? That's almost the entire field. That is almost the entire field.
Just reporting the facts. We'll see what happens today. Let's bring on our next guest. The defending winner of this race, driving the number 19 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota. Hello to Mr. Sock on the right foot. We'll get to that maybe a little bit later. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chase Briscoe.
This is a team I'm kind of surprised that they haven't. The way they ran through last year, even winning here, it's like I haven't seen them have the.
What are the memories that stand out
the consistency like they had last year.
The weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders that day. There was just so much pressure.
You know, every other week he was winning polls last year too.
I mean, anytime you go to a new job, you want to perform, right? And for me, you know, my teammates were winning, and you know, I felt like all the pieces were there to win, but I hadn't done it up to that point. And so, yeah, I just remember literally like going into the media center and feeling like I was 100 pounds lighter instantly. And it was just a really special day. I tried to screw it up, you know, leaving pit road too early. But anyways, yeah, just I think that's the biggest thing that I'll just always take from that day is literally just the relief that I felt.
Yeah, you accidentally out of your box too early. Maybe a mistake, but you.
They weren't sure if they were going to have the gas to make it
I
too.
don't think any of us knew was possible. Have you talked about that with the crew this week? Is their plan to be ultra aggressive, knowing that you can get away with it here?
I mean, I definitely think that the field will just take notice of that, right? It's no different than really the super speedway stuff where people realize that, hey, once you get out front that it's so hard to pass that guys will just save fuel. So I don't know if that was necessarily our strategy by any means. I just kind of screwed it up and it worked out. But certainly here, it seems like for whatever reason, it is just very track position dependent. And as long as your car is pretty good and you can just maximize the straightaways, you can back your corners up so far. As long as, you know, guys.
Man, those legacy cars.
You can normally hold them off. So yeah, it kind of just worked out perfectly last year, and it was crazy. My
Now, if you want a dark horse for today, if you're making picks for whatever,
lifting, it feels like 500 yards earlier, and I just keep going faster.
I wouldn't
So yeah, it's like, I guess kind of
put it past picking a legacy car as a dark horse, because
what it did to your position in the team.
especially after last week's run with Eric Jones.
Then you just got on fire after you won this race at Pocono. Made your way all the way to the Final Four in the NASCAR playoffs. Different format this year, but kind of similar start to the season. And now you've started to catch fire again. The last 2 weeks, you got yourself into the NASCAR chase or in the top 16.
Let's see if I can figure out the 8. There's 2 on screen right now.
Yeah, I would say honestly, it's been a rough
2 on screen. Obviously, Denny, Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott. It's 5. Trying to not even look at chat because I'm trying to do this off rip. Blaney.
Really, outside of maybe 2 weekends all season long, we've had phenomenal speed.
the other
We just
two.
haven't had the finish to go with it, whether it's mechanical failures or getting in wrecks on restarts or whatever. So I think that's the thing that's been encouraging.
Busher.
Is last year at this point, I would say our speed wasn't
There's
as
one
good as what's
more.
been this year. So it's just a matter of the execution and all those.
Who's the
fine
one I'm
details,
missing?
which are hard to do.
Who's the one I'm missing?
But at least we have the speed, and a lot of the time you're trying to do both, and that's where it gets really hard.
Watching the points run through and see if I can figure out what the other one is. I'm missing 1. I got 7. I'm trying to think of who the other one is.
How much has Brad helped you in your career?
Yeah, I mean, without Brad.
Again, not looking at chat because I know somebody in chat's trying to tell me. It's like, I don't want to look at chat. I want to see if I can get it on my
I was
own.
in the ARCA series, right, with Cunningham Motorsports, and really had no idea what to do next.
God,
I
I'm
didn't
missing
have
one. I
money
know I'm
or
missing
anything like
one.
that, and yeah, I got signed by Brad and Ford at the time, and without that
That's
step into
Cedric.
one of the NASCAR top 3 series, there's no way I'm sitting here today. So yeah, I mean, I remember
Joey hasn't won
don't
here, I
Brad
know
remembers
that.
this, but I remember we were at I want to say Chicagoland, and that was the first time I had met Brad, and he said, when you get to the top of the sport, you're supposed to send the elevator back down.
Who's the other one?
And I've always just remembered that, and I've tried to do that now with my own sprint car team. Just, yeah, Brad has been a huge part of not only my career, but a lot of guys in the Cup Series, and it was pretty special, to obviously get the last win for BKR too, and Brad's always been a huge influence of mine.
I got something here.
Well, that's one too many.
Well, no, we got.
God, I'm missing 1, but I don't remember what the other one is. I got 7. I got 7 of the 8. But I can't remember who the other active driver is.
Yeah, next 2 weeks I'm going to need both.
There you go. He's superstitious.
It said 8 active ones, but I can't remember who the other one is now.
He's a hot driver, there's no question. Wound up in victory lane 1 year ago at this track, but it's not too hot here. It's actually perfect weather for racing, 78 degrees. It's time now for, though, Hot Track, your trip around the world of racing. Here's Ryan Preece having a laugh about his tough day in the Irish Hills. Ross Chastain
I seen that short too from Priest.
campus by none other than Andrew Locke. The Media Mayhem school bus race going down in Charlotte. Oh, luckily I can report that nobody was hurt. Noah Gregson showing off his dance moves. Fortunately, nobody was hurt here as well. I'm sure Ward Burton caught a snake somewhere. Keep it rolling, Ward.
All right, Chewy. I have some other questions. Why do you hate the bath?
God, who's the other one? Why am I missing?
Take delivery. It's tomorrow. See? Good boy. Can we get some sleep during fireworks season?
Oh, duh, it is Joey. That's right, the race where he bump and run Mark Martin. God damn it, I can't believe I forgot that race. It's early. Early for me. Brain fade.
That people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound.
So yeah, I got all 8.
Severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction.
Well, it's 7 of the 8. I had to look up to remember Joey's. God damn, I can't remember. I can't believe I forgot Joey's. It was his last win of JGR in the Cup Series.
Pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control.
God, hard to believe Logano only has 2 Cup wins with JGR.
Or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound. Zepbound? Watch this.
What is Spectrum Internet? It's the fastest and most reliable internet.
It's connecting with my followers out there. And in here.
It's secure internet for you and your family.
It's keeping kids like us safe online.
It's Wi-Fi that stays on even when the power doesn't.
Staying connected no matter what.
So what's Spectrum Internet? It's everything you want it to be. Switch today at spectrum.com.
Nothing given, everything earned. What does that even mean?
Oh, we have trouble. Big accident.
It means fighting for space while fighting for your place in the moment and for history.
That's how you freaking do it right there.
You want pressure? You're inches, seconds apart. That's pressure.
Bring it forward.
Defiantly unapologetic, authentically NASCAR.
Hell yeah.
Kyle Busch had 8 victories at Pocono across the 3 series of NASCAR. The raceway is honoring Rowdy in multiple locations around the track this weekend, including the start-finish line and an induction into the Walk of Fame. Who could forget this moment? Last year, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, did a Back to the Future commercial, iconic, and it really not only was hysterical, but I think surprised a lot of people to see Brad and Kyle, you know, chalking it up together, given the fact that they've had a very, I think, tumultuous at times rivalry over the years. So what was that moment like with Kyle?
I didn't realize I finished 1-2 11 times.
How's this day going to go? And by the end, we shared a lot of laughs together. I would say that was probably the only moment when I shared a laugh together in our time together. But, you know, a special moment. I'm glad that we have that, you know, recorded for all time.
Kyle drove Toyota for a long time, Chevrolet in the later chapters of his career with RCR. You're a Ford man, Brad, have been for a long time. Let's take a look at the 3 manufacturers in Cup and the numbers that they're putting up this season. It's obvious, looking that the Fords are struggling, Brad.
Well, Penske's struggling a little bit, and when the flagship team struggles, that's kind of the indicator, you know. When the flagship team struggles, it's usually hard for the other teams to pick up the slack.
It's not been the case this year, and I think acknowledging that is probably the place to start. And we got some work to do.
Do you believe that you guys share enough information across?
And the flagship team is running well. It seems like as everybody else too.
Can you guys get better at doing that?
It works both ways.
From a Ford perspective, at least my time with Ford, the teams have never shared more than what they're sharing now. But the problem is, if you compare that to where Toyota is, we're still quite a ways behind. So I think there's a big opportunity there to collaborate that just hasn't materialized for a number of reasons. And it's holding back the Ford program.
Well, everybody's talking about, hey, Ford's off, Toyota's hot. Where is it? Like, where is it? Is it engine? Is it downforce? Is it mechanical? Where's the speed at, right?
Well, I think it's never one thing, right? That's when you're getting beat like this, it's never like just the engine. It's never just the body. You know, it's a combination of things. And if you look at the way the race teams function, you know, races are won by 1,000 little details.
Brad, I hear driver intros happening. I'm getting word. NASCAR is calling for you, and you will be late.
Of course, now it's going to lag on me.
I can't start any worse though, Danielle.
Hey, I said this already when you're just joining my stream.
Yeah, Danielle, you were talking about the troublesome season for the Fords. That includes Joey Logano, and I would describe
Just did it again. Toyota's edge and why they got so much a better edge over everybody else's. It seems like they're better. Their cars are better on the long run, handling wise. I don't think it's so much the power plant as it is the handling, and I think that's why. Because somebody, I heard it said somewhere from, I forget if it was a driver or if it was something when I was listening to the Sirius NASCAR station. You know, somebody had asked, you know, why did Denny pull out to as big a lead as he did last week? And it's like, well, because the cars behind him were fighting each other. They were fighting each other and fighting to get passes done. While meanwhile, as soon as Hamlin got the clean air, he was gone. And I hate to say this, and again, it doesn't matter the race car. I don't care which race car you're driving. Next gen, Gen 4, or even cars way before that. You get clean air, you're gone. You know, clean air is king when it comes to racing. It doesn't matter the form of racing. You get clean air is when your car is going to be at its best.
We heard the news that Josh Berry would not be back with Wood Brothers Racing next season. Berry joined the team in 2025, won in Vegas last March.
I still think that's not even 2 full seasons in the car. They're already getting rid of them. I don't like. I honestly don't like that move personally.
But aside from that, before the race starts, what is going on? You're looking at live shots of Brad leaving our desk in a golf cart now, trying to get over to driver intros.
Well, I think it's unprecedented for the amount of access the fans get to our competitors. Pat Mahomes isn't joining the Thursday night football desk before he goes 8 minutes before he's on the field.
Well, any big track, Hamlin, where the draft has it, where Arrow has an influence.
You're looking for the closest port to John. Yeah. You got your shaking hands and kissing babies of all the partners. So yeah. What's your?
I mean, by this point, my suit was already soaking wet. I had
Now,
Jimmy Johnson. I was walking by him. He was at the bus.
That actually, I think, is based off of if we were going on the current before the move up of the start time. Again, the start time was moved up because apparently there's inclement weather coming in later this afternoon and evening that they want to try to get going earlier here. So.
Cool and comfortable. I didn't think about that. Yeah, now these guys have these cool vests and they're pretty amazing as well. So there's a lot of things out there to keep the drivers comfortable.
Yeah, I don't agree with it, John. I think that's kind of dumb that they brought him. They specifically brought him in there after, you know, SHR dissolved. He won. They won at Vegas. There's 3 races in. Made the playoffs and then had that wretched start to the playoffs in 25. I don't think you could have any worse luck than Josh had those first 3 races. Over the playoffs. And they've had a rough start to this season, but I think it's kind of, at that point, money is basically talking at that point. Like the rumor I heard about what's going to happen with Kyle's old ride is, sounds like the leading candidate there might be Noah Gragson. It's like, really?
Mine was Kyle Busch. We had a little spat there towards the end of 24. I got into him, and we were sharing.
It just boggles my mind that RCR has a champion in their driver ladder. But because of Jesse Love's age, if RCR wants to keep the sponsorship there, which sponsorship drives the sport, we should know this by now. They want a driver that's at least 25 years or older. Which, again, I hate to see that happen. Because I think Love has earned a shot at a Cup ride. I mean, he's a champion, so I think he's earned his shot. It's just it's unfortunate that how much sponsorship dollars drive the sport, you know. And I even said it too that like when I heard the discussion on the Sierra station and later saw it on my own Discord.
Hey Brian, well you guys are up in Pocono. This week I'm in Atlanta. Mike, my son, is racing.
Hey.
I'm sitting in the passenger side of the car, and I'm getting out of this thing. He's getting ready to go. You guys are taming the tricky triangle. I hope it's a good broadcast. It's going to be a tough race. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think Denny Hamlin's going to get this one. I mean, there's nobody better than Denny at Pocono. He's on a roll. I hope it's a great race for everybody. I hope everybody's safe.
Back to what I was saying, I can see why the sponsor would want that. They want somebody that looks a little older, so that way they don't want to they don't want somebody that's going to sponsor, you know, alcohol sponsorship. They're not going to have somebody be a spokesman that looks like they're underage, you know. So
Because mastery isn't about where you start; it's about where you train.
Again, I can see I can see the logic behind the sponsor. It just sucks that, you know, Love is the champion. He's the only one in the RSTR pipeline that has a championship, a lower division championship. It just sucks that he wouldn't be the first candidate for the ride, which personally should be.
That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable, and flexible hours to fit your life.
But if the rumors are to be believed, again, I call them rumors until we get confirmation. Sounds like Love is the one that the Wood brothers are going after.
Aspen Dental, it's time.
Again, there's no confirmation. The only confirmation we have is we know that Josh isn't going to be there next year, but everything else is just rumors until it's confirmed. And I take them that way. Anytime I hear stuff like that, I take it as a rumor until it's actually confirmed by an official source. You know, until it comes from either the race team or the driver, I take it with a grain of salt. Because there's so much garbage you see, and I see on my feeds nowadays. It's like, I don't believe it unless it comes from the driver or the team. Because half the time people are trying to beat other people and say, hey, I was the first one to say that. It's like, I don't care if you're the first to say it. Is it accurate? That's my first question. I don't care if you're the first. Is it accurate?
When you want to fix like a pro, you can't top dime.
Listen up! Critics and audiences are raving about Masters of the Universe. Masters delivers.
Dumb answer, baby?
Let him do his thing. The first great blockbuster of the
No, 24. Briscoe won here last year. We won here 2 years ago. Briscoe beat Hamlin here last year. That's the one where he thought he was gonna. They weren't sure if he was gonna make it on gas, but he managed it. Well, Hamlin, if that was the case, there's some guys that'd be out of rides. I mean, you look at. If we're going to base it off of that, because of, you look at how many times the regular season champions struggled in the opening round of the playoffs. There's a couple years there where that happened. I mean, this is barely has made it through a second full season, and he's already being dropped.
When you grow up in the Northeast, you learn to be resilient because there's a lot of like late sunrises and early sunsets. You dream of going to the racetrack, and when racing season opens, you can't wait to get there. And I think when I think of the mechanics,
And also to the Priest thing, Hamill, the 60 car, the charter, which is on Len from RWR, is going away. RFK is going to lose a charter next year. I believe that's from what I heard. Somebody said that somewhere that charter is going back to RWR and they're selling it. I think the Legacy. I think that's where Legacy's third charter is coming from. So RFK, if they want to continue 3 cars, is going to have an open car next year.
Tough for sure. Let's take a look at the National Series champions from the Northeast over the last 30 years. The names on this list, including your dad, including Papa LaJoy, on there. Very impressive over the last 30 years seeing these National Series champions. The track here at Pocono Raceway is the same length as Daytona, but we know the test is very different, especially in
You go into turn 1 at 200 miles an hour.
Well, this track has had some notable accidents over the years. Bobby Allison's career-ending wreck in turn 2. Jeff Gordon's brake failure in 06. Obviously, I'm not going to mention Jimmy's because pretty much everybody knows Jimmy's. Jamie McMurray was caught up in that same wreck with Johnson.
Pocono, especially there in turn 1, Corey. What makes it so treacherous?
Well, you're hauling the mail. I mean, you're going 200 miles an hour down in there, and on restarts in particular, you have to go find some piece of asphalt that's not occupied to try to put yourself in a position to get a spot.
Trader's ride was on the opening laps of the race. I forget, I don't think it was the opening lap. I think it was like 3 laps in. Dale Jarrett had a similar looking wreck there in turn, same corner, same year I think, same race I think as Schrader's.
I mean, there's no way to avoid a massive hit. Yeah, Stevie, I know it's difficult, you know, in terms of.
And obviously we can't talk about Pocono without talking probably the most notable recent wreck there, Elliott Sadler.
I want to say no. We saw them in Nashville. We've seen them here in the past, but I think the teams have a very good grasp on it. Now, to be fair, I was one of the crew chiefs that sent his driver down into turn 1, Jeff Gordon, with no brakes at Pocono. So I don't know if I'm the expert you should listen to, but at this point, I really believe the teams have a good understanding. The question, though, is that failure.
It's wild, and I recently saw somebody posted a video about Sadler's weekend. I forgot he won the truck race that weekend.
Turn 1 is just one of the challenges for drivers.
The same weekend that he had that wreck.
We are joined by Freddie Kraft, spotter for Bubba Wallace. Stevie, our man Freddie's got to have a lot of work ahead of him up on that roof today.
Freddie, you're way up above this great 2.5-mile triangle. Earlier this week, your driver was in the media center talking about how you and him have worked together forever. He watched a race with you up there. From then on, he never believed you into turn 1. So what's the truth from the spotter stand? How confident are you clearing a guy down into turn 1?
Not at all, honestly. He made a very big mistake coming up here that day. As you can see, it's a long way down there to turn 1. You say high above Pocono Speedway. I wish we were a little bit higher. That's kind of the problem here. We're pretty low, pretty close to the track for a 2.5-mile oval. But yeah, we're what do we want to call this place? Triangle. But yeah, I came up from leaning over the rail down there, and I just looked at him eye to eye, and he said, "You're lying. You can't see anything down there. I don't believe anything you tell me anymore."
And Freddie, looking over your shoulder, I see Coleman Presley right behind you. I could even see him kind of sneak in front of you, so you still can't see down there for the competitive advantage.
Of course, I like that Blaney's running the Newman scheme. Newman, of course, won here in 03. And there was something it was something I thought about when I looked at it, and it didn't dawn on me until I saw it. I think it was Sadler Hamill, by the way, because I think the first truck race here was in 2010. The scheme that Blaney is running today is the scheme that Ryan Newman won the Daytona 500 in 2008. Newman's lone win here at Pocono came in 03. Guess who finished second in both races? Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch finished second here to Newman in 03. I remember that 03 race too, so when I saw that, oh yeah, that's right. Finished second to Newman here at Pocono in 03, July of 03, and obviously pushed his teammate Newman to the win in 08 in Daytona.
You know, it's obviously the beginning of the race, especially like we're starting out back today. We've got everybody in front of us, so you know if you're racing for.
If I remember right, that July 03 race, I think it was a 3-man race. It was Newman, Busch, and Junior were the 3 that were racing for it.
You don't want to wipe yourself out when you're not really contending for anything. So I think yeah, you definitely ratchet it up a little bit if you're in contention to win, especially at the end of the race, end of the stages as well.
Freddie, we appreciate it so much. Thank you for the time and best of luck. Starting 38th today after a wreck in qualifying. We'll look forward to seeing that car make its way towards the front, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we've talked turn 1, we've talked spotter challenges. Steve Letarte, now fill us in on the tunnel turn and what makes it so tough.
Yeah, so turn 1 is high speed and the challenge is for the spotter. When we get to turn 2, it's a little bit on the crew chief and a little bit on the driver. This is a 165-mile-an-hour keyhole you try to get. It's a 90-degree corner, very rough at the bottom. The second lane is actually growing in popularity, Corey. And the way I look at it, this is one that as a driver, buddy, you're just going to have to figure it out because we talk about 1 and 3. Turn 2 may not.
Like I said to him, I told you the DM earlier. Last night, I plan on possibly being on tonight, so come hang out, maybe. After the race, we'll see.
You never really feel confident. You never feel cozy through there. The car's always upset and you're going so fast and you're moving prayer. You talk about the keyhole. You have to be so particular on your turn and angle to get over those bump straights and not ask too much louder out of the tires. And pucker factor's high through the tunnel turn, buddy. Let me tell you, Dale.
Yeah, Brad did say there's big gains and big losses to be had over there, and that's it's kind of the carrot that you're chasing all the time. You're never going to go through that corner the same twice all day long, and every time you approach it, going down that straightaway, you're thinking, what can I do this time to be a little bit better? Because I definitely didn't get through there the way I wanted to.
Kind of had kind of a mixed bag of results. In the couple truck races I've done here, Corey. That's all I really run here is the truck, but
hey Danielle, yeah, I'm over here in the flattest corner on the NASCAR circuit, 6 degrees of banking in turn 3 in Pocono, and you can see there's a lot of these cuts and grooves and cracks in this racetrack, and this material that they fill these cracks with is very soft, it's very squishy, but it makes the cars slide around a lot. So I always hear about the tunnel turn, it stills a ton of thunder, but if you want to be fast, you got to be good in this flat corner down in turn 3. The car is going to get down into the corner, it's going to slide.
obviously I would have tried to run them this week, but I don't like running the non-fixed setup races. I'm not a crew chief. I'm not here to set up a race car. Just put me behind the wheel, let me manage what I got. And with it being week 13, you know, you gotta wait till next week to do anything. And even then, I don't know, I'm not gonna be able to do anything next week because obviously they're gonna have everybody running the San Diego circuit.
Nothing surprises me if he's holding something in his hand. It's whether it be a flamethrower, air.
Right, a bazooka. I mean, there's no telling. And by the way, guys, this is Denny Hamlin. A different kind of look in the pink
Well,
and blue and yellow.
if you want to know how good I am at Pocono, rewatch the stream. It might not still be up on my Twitch. I know it's on my YouTube. The NASCAR 15 race I did. The NASCAR 15 race I did. Because in all honesty, I'm not going to spoil anything. No way should that have happened.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't worry, Brad. The half bar is in good hands.
Nice ride.
Thanks. I stole it.
There's a priest nonchalantly admitting to the drive-through worker, I stole this car.
Smokes. You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
I just know the game, Ham. Like I said, NASCAR 15 is my wheelhouse.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It's too bad we're not. Thank your lucky stars we made race at Darlington on NASCAR the Game 2011. Over 1,000 damn laps led at that racetrack online. I mean, that literally was my racetrack on NASCAR Game 2011 was Darlington. I had that place figured out. And to be honest, Darlington was always my best racetrack in the NASCAR games. Online, at least.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes.
A lot of it with racing games is just it's repetition. The more you do something, the more improved you're going to be at it.
Heading to San Diego as Naval Base Coronado becomes the first active military base to host NASCAR racing right there on that boat. We cannot wait. Coverage begins with a special 90-minute pre-race show. Corey, I can't wait.
Honestly, that's what should happen to Texas, Hamlin. in my opinion, both in game and IRL, I do not like Texas. I hate racing Texas on iRacing. I mean, I can be clean there, but I hate racing that track. There's another one, too, that I tried recently on iRacing. I was like, I do not... Nashville. Nashville sucks. I cannot drive Nashville for the life of me on iRacing. I hate it. That's probably my second least favorite track behind Texas on iRacing.
It's going to be a blast, but today, I'm looking forward to it also.
Ryan, I feel like your acting career's taking some traction, buddy.
Yeah.
I need to watch that mini movie. I have it saved on Amazon. I just haven't watched it yet.
You look like you had a freaking blast with it. How was that experience?
I appreciate Undercovers and Eli Manning for allowing me to do that and asking me to do that. And I'll tell you, it was nerve-wracking. It was nerve-wracking because we sat in makeup for a couple hours to put the biggest nose known to man on me, and then they just kind of release you into the wild, you know, for 5 or 6 hours. They're like, good luck, don't get caught, don't break character. And it was a blast, though. I think people enjoyed it. I definitely had a ball being somebody else and messing with people and making them think I was like an 80-year-old English person. But yeah, that was a blast. I'm happy people enjoyed it. Like I said, I appreciate, you know, Amazon and those folks for letting me do it.
Yeah, you can see it here on Prime. Not a shameless plug. You were just fantastic in it. If you need a good laugh, Ryan.
I need to look that up.
And over the years, we've seen you, maybe not in this role as an old British man with a huge honker, but we have seen you in like different films and television shows. If you were not a race car driver, Blaney, would you be an actor? Because I feel like you like relish these roles.
I enjoy it. I've been fortunate to get asked to do some of that stuff, and I couldn't do it all the time. I like doing it every now and then, and messing around with it. It's fun.
You know who Ryan reminds me of? Granted, it's weird to say this because he is still kind of around, but not really. He reminds me a lot of Carl Edwards. Maybe that's why I like Ryan so much. Well, I liked Carl, so.
Oh no, you're third in points. So how are Fords so bad and yet you're doing so good?
What's Ryan Blaney doing that everyone else can't do?
Well, we got a great team around us. I mean, you know, John.
Because well, making the different cameo appearances. Carl did the same thing.
We haven't had the speed that maybe we want. We've done a great job of executing and not making mistakes and just getting the most.
No, I think Ryan's a little more.
I'm incredibly proud of our.
A little more chill, probably a little more laid back than Carl, but.
To you know, kind of go with the execution side. Look at that, the beautiful 2008 Ryan Newman Daytona 500 throwback scheme we have today. Excited for it to be on the track, and hopefully we can end up in the same spot where Ryan did all those years ago.
Well, I was going to say, you've done it before.
23 years
Ryan
ago.
is a two-time Pocono winner, got your first one here in 2017, so I know it's a special place for you, but it's also extremely difficult, Ryan. Given your starting position, you and Hassler, what you found out in P&Q yesterday, what's your outlook? What's the potential for a good day here?
Yeah, this place is always, I've always enjoyed it, coming here. Like I said, a lot of special memories here.
Great late race battle, first with Kyle Busch and then with Kevin Harvick.
That was a lot of fun memories that day, and then a couple years ago we were able to go back to Victory Lane, you know, 7 years later. And
the switch was...
my family, my wife and her family in Victory Lane, they're from the area. That was really cool a couple years ago. Hopefully we can do that again. But
the cool thing about that switch in 2017 is he interviewed Brad because it was the driver's only broadcast for the then Xfinity race the day before. So they swapped and had Brad interview him in Victory Lane for the Cup race.
In 1 and 3, so you're always kind of compromising where you want to have your strengths and can you live with the weaknesses that you're in. So that's the fun part about this place that I enjoy, the challenging.
Granted, it was his only win.
Together 3 completely different ends.
I feel like 2 restarts here are always a source of anxiety for me because it all seems nice up to the start-finish line, then you still have about another mile to go. That's when you're like, okay, what do I do? What are my competitors going to do? How do you go attack a restart here in the one at Pocono?
Yeah, I mean, you obviously always want to be on the offensive, but you can't. Sometimes you just don't get the run or things like that. So it's just realizing, number one, the choose is big. You know, hey, I think the outside is kind of preferred, but do you want to jump up a row on the inside? Maybe take a chance. That gives you a chance of bottom.
Hamill, if Austin Hill finishes higher than Denny Hamlin today, I will laugh my ass off. Because there's no way in hell that's happening. Granted, it's your money. If you want to bet, go ahead. That's your money, but I doubt that's happening.
Well, these fans are hoping you do too, because there's a lot of 12 gear behind us. Thank you so much for making them happy and putting on a good show today. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you guys for being here. Yeah. Appreciate you having me.
Thanks, Blaney. It was 20 years ago this week that a rookie from Virginia made a name for himself here at Pocono.
Mm-hmm.
Car number 11, Denny Hamlin, making his very first start ever at Pocono Speedway.
Far from the pole.
His car is good enough. He is good enough to win the race. Oh, Herculana's in trouble.
You can see the hole.
That thing flies apart. It'll rip.
Right rear tire went flat.
Come back from that balloon tire. I couldn't believe I thought our race was over. You can't hold us down.
Swept both races that year.
Arguably his best racetrack here at Pocono, and I asked you yesterday, is this one of the best stretches of your career? You immediately said no question. Why is it clicking so well at 45?
It's just got a good rhythm. I mean, going to the racetrack, obviously very confident and feel like we're really kind of dialed in. What we need out of the car, they're getting it for me week in, week out. And so it comes down to driving a really fast car, and those guys are doing a great job, and pit crew as well.
When people start saying about Denny not having a championship, I start looking at each individual season that he was in the mix for the championship and what happened, the circumstances at play. And hell, you think about it, he was a piece of tape away from possibly winning it in 2019, the battle between him and Kyle.
Certainly, you would think so, and we're coming to a racetrack here.
He had the 2010 title. So I disagree with you there on that one, Hamill. The 2010 one is the only one I'm iffy on because they had an opportunity at Phoenix. If he left that Phoenix race,
today he has a chance for the first time to win 3 consecutive races. But you look at Denny Hamlin versus the field here, Corey. There is no question.
God, seven wins. Most among the active drivers.
Best spot. When you talk about momentum and a heater, the 11 car is right smack in the middle of it.
Denny, if that 11 team had come out of Phoenix that year, say at worst they were looking at a second place finish. The point differential he would have had over Johnson going to Homestead, everything could have still happened at Homestead, and he still would have won the championship. So I say where they actually lost the title was actually at Phoenix, not at Homestead. Because keep in mind, Johnson still only won the title by, I believe, like 30-something points. So it wasn't even it wasn't as big a lead as people think it was.
Can the 11 do it? What do y'all think? Can the 11 do it?
They literally, it was Phoenix. It was Phoenix that basically flipped that one. 2012, he was a player that season, but kind of fell off as they got toward the end of the playoffs. 2014, he was a member of the championship 4, but that last pit stop, Kevin Harvick's crew rips off a stop, and then Harvick has the late race run to go on the late race restart to take that one.
Thanks, Danielle. Tyler, coming off his first finish outside the top 15 this year. We just talked. Denny has closed.
17 had a chance to make the Final 4, but then him and Elliott had their little run in to change that.
Yeah, I mean, I think outside of points, week in and week out.
Obviously, 19, I mentioned the failure with the tape.
So once
2020 he made the championship 4, but they just weren't that strong at Phoenix. He was, I believe he made it in 21 too, but again, his teammate Kyle Larson were better. 22 had again a chance to make the championship 4, but Ross Chastain's Hail Melon move ruined that opportunity.
We got some tracks coming up that should be good for us as well. So everything.
And then obviously, I think the closest, truly the closest Denny has come was last year. Last year was his. He had the best car late in that race. That race was his. That championship and race was his. I still don't know how 2 tires worked over 4. As bad as the tire wear was at Phoenix, I'm surprised 2 tires still worked. Now you go back and rewatch my stream. I even said I thought they were dead meat. I thought the 4 tires were going to win out that race, but
just with how traffic is, even at a tire deficit, you can work some magic, if you will, and make it really hard for the cars behind.
So people say, "Oh, Denny Hamlin choked." The only one they really choked was 2010.
Came really close to biting the dust in qualifying. Thankfully,
in all honesty,
we didn't crash, but it cost us a lot of time starting the lap. So I guess if anything, just really thankful that we still qualified 16th with a really bad start to the lap. But yeah, I mean, our supply house Camry's got really good speed, and I'm excited for what today has held for us.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you.
The 2010 was really the only one that I would say that they actually choked.
That's how Denny was able to gain such an advantage and then wind up in victory lane on top of it.
Well, and he just mentioned he qualified 16th, so his journey for stage points is going to be a little bit tougher for the stage 1. And you got Denny starting the pole with stage points up for grabs. So man, it's going to be so dicey. You're going to have to go follow each and every stage because you never know what's going to happen.
They follow each and every week. Best fans in sports, diehards coming out to Pocono.
Again, Hamill, 06 to 09, I agree with it, but 2010 was not a Johnson-esque season either. That's why I disagree with 2010.
He thinks he has the car to do it. Keep your eye on a Pocono winner. Got it done here in 2011. Brad Keselowski. We are less than 12 minutes until the command. We're taking you all the way to the drop of the green. Stay with us. It's NASCAR live from Pocono.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World.
I mean, hell, if Hamlin's crew doesn't choke it at Phoenix, we could talk about Jimmy Johnson's pit crew choking it at Texas. You know, you think about it. And again, well, even that I somewhat debate, Corey.
Our commitment is bigger. Camping World.
I look back at the, well, most notably, you look at the 5 in a row. 06, they had a great late season comeback in the playoffs because again, they had a rough start to the opening of the playoffs in 2006 or the chase in 2006. 2007, he won 4 of the final 5 races. That's how he leapfrogged Gordon. Gordon had the championship lead after the fall Charlotte race, and the Johnson won 4 of the final 5 races. The 4 in a row.
Well, AT&T just raised your rates. You have rights. I'm not entirely sure what they are because I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a
2008.
But I do know this. Right now,
really the turning point was Talladega. I really would be interested if Carl had Dega and Charlotte back, what he'd been able to do. Because hell, Carl won 3 of the final 4 races, but Johnson won Phoenix. So everything that Carl had gained from Johnson's not having a great run at Texas went to shit when Johnson won at Phoenix.
You're absolutely right. You work for me.
09, you know, Mark Martin just didn't capitalize. Even though Johnson had the early wreck at Texas, Martin was just not able to capitalize. And obviously I mentioned 2010, which is that Hamlin had their opportunity. They could have salvaged it at Phoenix. They would have salvaged it at Phoenix if the same stuff had happened at Homestead. He would have still come out on top. And I could go even further. Johnson's title in 2013, that battle would have been closer had Kansas team not dropped the ball at Phoenix. Yeah.
That's a great question because we've heard about from all the competitors about one.
Yeah, Corey and Mark finished second to Jimmy in 09. That was the Hendrick 1-2-3 in 09. Johnson, Martin, Gordon, top 3 in the standings. And then obviously 2016 was Carl Edwards' title lose until the BS late yellow in that race.
I learned the mustache war is real. LaJoy, Blaney, a nice 1-2 punch. Great having Blaney on NASCAR Live.
Yeah, we talked about moving the race up to 1 o'clock, 2 hours. We do have weather that's coming later in the day. Will that change some of the strategy for the teams?
I learned what we expected was real with the crowd. The infield was full. The grandstands were full. You and I just made the trip from in there to out here.
Well, the thing is, Jacob, I mean, he won twice in that period that you mentioned. Richmond in 06, Michigan in 08. I think the biggest failure to me was... The biggest failure for a race team is the fact that you had Junior there from 08 to 13, and they only had 2 wins, while his teammates were doing what they were doing, you know?
Please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute. As the James I. O'Neill High School.
Honestly, that's more of a failure on Rick Hendrick than it is on anybody else. It's like, why would you not put effort? You get the most popular driver in your wheelhouse.
President and Senior Chaplain of Motor Racing Outreach, Billy Malden.
Heavenly Father, we pause to recognize your presence, love, and grace that surrounds us all. We pray for a safe day of racing for all these drivers, teams, officials, and we remember 2 great champions of our sport, Kyle Busch and Ned Jarrett. We ask you to comfort their family and loved ones as only you can. Father, bless those who protect our freedom at home and abroad, allowing us to do what we love each day, humbly and gratefully. In Christ's name, we pray. And everybody says, Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome retired First Class Navy Petty Officer General Wilson, along with ASL signer Taylor Beagle.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Did not expect that voice to come out of that guy when you saw it. When you saw him. That's the best anthem I've heard in a while. Emma, maybe you can answer this for me. What's the call? What's the name for the 16, the F-16? I know it has a name because I'm playing the game James Fleet Command. I know it has a name, but I forget what the name of it is. Like the F-14 is the Tomcat, the F-22 is the Raptor. thought the 16 had a name, but I forget exactly what it is. I remember hearing it. It's like if somebody puts it up, I remember it, but... No, they actually said that on the broadcast, Drew, that, that's it, the Falcon. They actually said that it was the hardest hit in the next gen, the hardest recorded hit in the next gen.
That's for me.
Supply House, Pro Parts at Pro Speed.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old.
He's going to try to go the distance today. He's got Brandon Jones on standby, but he's going to try to go the distance. I think he should.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
It was established in 1948.
Good thing we're not racing next week. You know, if we were running San Diego, I don't know if Bell's going the whole distance, but we're Pocono, so he probably should be okay to go the distance.
What if I told you this old man is NASCAR Cup champion Ryan Blaney? I get in there. Can do it. Not for me.
Grandpa, hit the gas pedal. Believe in yourself.
This is the Undercovers.
Get closer to the action with Shop the Game. Search Shop
Actually, that kind of reminds me of what they used to do on Jackass. Johnny Knoxville dress up as the old man a little bit.
to get started.
NASCAR Live from the grid is brought to you by Burger King. At BK, happy your raid. It's time now for Kings of the Track, presented by...
I think we know who the king of this track is.
Daniel, I'm glad you asked, because we are here, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday. We've got the World Cup here, we've got games in LA, we've got games in New York, Kansas City, all over the globe. Hell, we're even fighting the White House lawn, but the real ones are right here in Pocono, Pennsylvania for the NASCAR Cup Series. Another sellout 4 years in a row. You guys are the kings of the track this weekend.
I like it. The roar of the crowd here never gets old, and Denny Hamlin, it's not getting...
I'm actually surprised at that, though, that Denny's never three-peated.
How can he not be a king of Pocono? He literally holds the record for more wins here than anybody else, with 7 and counting. Yesterday, he scored his 6th career pole and broke a tie.
I should say it's the most wins in the modern era, I believe, here.
Yeah, he's P1, so he's my king of the racetrack.
It's his best racetrack. Statistically, it's his best racetrack. So, if there's any place that Denny can win 3 straight, it's here.
Well, I think that speed's always important at the racetrack, but no more important here than anyone else is clean air. We've seen at this racetrack, even last year with Chase Briscoe, if you can get your car out front, if that crew chief can have the strategy to put you at the front of the field late, you've got a great shot at winning this race and controlling the field.
Well, Dale wants speed because he's the driver. He's sitting in the seat, and the faster it is, the easier it is for him. For me, I want him to create some fuel mileage for me because I have to call it strategy.
Also, this is going to be a race, too, that we kind of see called, at least with pit road, kind of like a road course. You want to pit before the stage, and if you want to be a factor at the end. And also, for those that are not aware, because I started it last week, from starting last week till the end of the year, and only if you want to, I'm not saying anybody has to, but the option is there. I put the link to Kyle and Samantha's charity. The Bundle of Joy Foundation is linked to my channel if you want to donate. It's just, don't have to, I leave the option there for those that want to. I know I donated to Michael Roots when he did his stream. Leave that as kind of my little tribute to Kyle for the rest of the year, you know.
Benjamin Franklin, along with flag maker Betsy Ross.
Welcome to the Pocono Raceway. Happy Flag Day and happy 250th birthday, America.
Well, happy Flag Day.
Start your engines!
I forgot today is Flag Day, June 14th.
That felt very official. And now we can race in the Poconos. We're green next on Pride.
Jack Links presents. There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Links Duos.
Military, veterans, first responders.
I tell you what, I tip my hat though. Again, it's living where I do. We have the Henry Ford Museum in Greenfield Village, which is, you know, we have the actors like that. Props to those people, especially when you're doing that stuff in the heat of the summer. Some of the outfits they have to wear. I give a lot of credit to those people. I can only imagine what that's like. Like I said, I was a mascot once for 1 year for my old job, one of my old jobs, an event, and that was excruciating. So I can only imagine some of the old timey outfits.
At Burger King, you tell us what goes on the menu.
We want to know what you want.
I want all the jalapenos on my Whopper.
3 layers of juicy, creamy, crunchy
Okay, the
jalapeno.
Whopper.
Try the loaded jalapeno Whopper today.
Still be Burger King hamburgers, to be honest. If I'm going for a burger, I'm going to have Burger King. Between the fast food joints, Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's.
You won't need a tiny designer dog or a Swiss bank account. Just 78 years of hell yeah. A guy named Dale. This isn't fast fashion. It's fast fashion. The official uniform of the most epic fan base in the world. NASCAR shop. Cheers.
I watched a funny little short, which is the 23XI guys. It was a short. Bubba and Riley are tossing this basketball back and forth right at the, I think it's with garage entrance or just entrance. And you got the haulers behind Bubba. You see Tyler run through the shot. He comes over, jumps into the cab of the truck. He's watching him do this back and forth, and he honks the horn as the doors close because they're trying to see, you know, whoever gets left with the ball last, kind of like hot potato, whoever gets the ball last. And he messes Riley up. And of course, I was also watching the other day some of the funny stuff the drivers have done over the years, like Kevin Harvick and Matt Yoakum messing with each other, and when Tony Stewart stole Matt Yoakum's mic during qualifying. I think it was for one of the 04 races here. I think it was the 04 July race. Pocono race? Blaney's is up there. The good battle first between him and Kyle Busch, and then him and Harvick. I gotta think on that one. John, I think you're referring. Are you referring to the one that Kenseth won? When first Joe Logano and then Kyle Busch ran out of gas, and Matt Kenseth had enough fuel to win. That was a pretty good one.
Live in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Our coverage today presented by Metabo HPT. And when we wrap things this afternoon, only 10 races.
Dale Jr. versus Bobby Labonte, when Bobby Labonte beat Jr. in 01 here. I think that was a good one.
Yesterday, let's look at our starting grid. Presented by Metabo HPT. Denny Hamlin on the pole.
Obviously, I mentioned that. Well, you came in late, but I mentioned that one when they had Brad on the pre-race show.
Row 2, Daniel Suarez, red hot lately. Ty Gibbs, really good at this racetrack. Just behind them, row 3, Chase Briscoe won here a season ago. Chris Buescher got his first career Cup victory here in 2016. Row 4, all about Legacy Motor Club. Eric Jones, second last week at Michigan. John Hunter Nemechek, sixth here a year ago. Row 5, William Byron, fast car. Ryan Blaney won here 2017 and 2 seasons ago.
Yep.
Row 6, Joey Logano.
Like I said, I would say that Spire is nipping at the heels. The 7 and 77 are the second and third best Chevrolets behind Chase Elliott right now. Look at the point standings. And the way they're, well, point standings and how they're running. I mean, they're both top 10 in points right now.
Other things to juggle. I wanted to know from crew chief Scott Graves what his biggest concern is. He said restarts. He noted everyone was really conservative at
They're probably the second and third best Chevrolet teams on a long run right now, behind the 9 team.
Specifically, drivers aren't giving any space on restarts. So for Scott, that's worrisome because here at Pocono, restarts are.
So again, I mentioned Legacy and they're improved. It's like Legacy and Spire are kind of on the same level within their organizations, just to some extent. Obviously, 20XI and 23XI and Joe Gibbs, I kind of put on the same level with Toyota because they're obviously top of the standings right now. But not so much SVG right now, Thomas. I'd say maybe Hosvar a little more than SVG because Hosvar is higher in the standings than SVG. But
Row 13, the 35 of Riley Hurst, and the 2311 Toyota, and the 77 Hurricane Kosovar is back there in 26th place.
well, to be honest on that one, model, I think it's more on Hendrick than it is on RCR.
Michigan, after having his first finish of the season outside the top 15 with that 35th place finish, talked with Billy Scott, and he did mention points. I know that conversation has come up a lot about what about Denny, who's closing that gap, and it was part of the conversation. We could see it play.
VCR isn't Hendrick based.
But again, that 45 car was lightning fast.
That literally stands for Earnhardt Childress Racing. How could something that's Earnhardt Childress Racing be Hendrick backed?
The only teenager in the field, Connor Zillich behind the wheel of the 88. Front row teammates make up row 15.
You really think GM's going to go against the guy that runs their flagship team model? I mean, Hendrick has always done things in-house, you know. Well, it also helped that, well, in a sense, Yates was already making the engines, you know. Robert Yates was already doing a lot of the Ford engine work, so. Kind of a little more fun from RCR Hendrick merging.
Actually fairly productive and fairly positive. The #1 message from Randall Burnett to Connor Zillich: give yourself some grace for the last 3 weeks. Cup Series racing will be the hardest thing you will do in your entire life. The other message: take what the car will give you. Do not force things. On paper, Adam, these next 3 races should be very good for Connor Zillich. He's won here in the past in the O'Reilly Series, and 2 road courses in a row where Zillich is very quick. As Randall Burnett told me, we just need a solid finish to get our driver a little bit confidence back. That's a great
Hang on a second. I know I got some time here before we get it, so I'm trying to figure out why. Maybe notifications.
Let's do our Harbor Freight tools for victory.
Talk a lot about Pocono, the challenges of the 3 corners. Handling is always a key, but as I said earlier, and I'll go back to it again, fuel mileage, fuel mileage, fuel mileage. You have to be efficient because it just opens up.
This race was essentially won on fuel mileage last year. Chase Briscoe, when they had a quicker stop but didn't think they had the fuel to make it, went on to win it. I'm only going to say this because I know there's a chance of possible inclement weather later. Finish a stage 2 or halfway in the race, whichever one will reach first. Which once the race starts, you'll be able to figure that one out.
Even though it's a 400-mile race, we're looking at maybe 4 pit stops for the winner. There's not a lot of time to recover.
The devil is in the details.
I know. Oh, boy.
Put a mark by his name. Let's go back downstairs and hear from our pit reporters one more time. What do you have?
Then he elected to take the outside here on the initial start, which makes sense.
Legacy Motor Club Toyotas of John Hunter Nemechek and Eric Jones. We see them both qualifying inside the top 10 here at Pocono.
I'm positive we'll get it in. It's only a 400-mile race, so it's not like we're running 500 miles, you know. We should easily get it in. Pocono is a track that, God, I hate to say this because I know the last couple times I've said it. So I'm not gonna say it explicitly, but you guys know what I'm gonna say. Pocono is a track that is known. So I'm not going to finish the statement, but you guys can apply what I'm saying, what I'm thinking. I feel like if I say it, I'll jinx it.
Advantage of that speed, Marty.
Kim Chase Briscoe's the defending winner here at Pocono, and you heard him say on NASCAR Live, the pressure here last year was to prove that I belong behind the wheel of a Joe Gibbs racing car. He told me earlier this week the pressure is similar.
Actually, this is kind of where Briscoe hit his stride last year, too. It was once he won here is when they kind of started rattling off the great runs, so.
By the end of the regular season, that only comes with wins, and this might be one of our best chances to do it today.
We'll find out.
So is Alex Bowman. Here's 48 radio.
Doing this old-time race, and the crowd's packed, traffic sucks, we got all kinds of cool stuff we can do on pit roads. It's awesome. Yeah, man, I'm here for it. Have a good day.
All right.
4 straight weeks. We've had a sellout crowd. This place
Pocono.
is awesome.
The tricky triangle. Denny Hamlin trying for 3 straight wins in a row. 3 wins in a row, which is he's never done in his career. He leads him to green. And again, the jump you get on the outside is why Hamlin elected the outside on the start. See if you can get the advantage from Larson into 1, but they're going to be side by side through 1. I believe there's, yep, still side by side. Big run coming from 3rd.
Just taking that 3rd groove around the top. Trying to get more here. Going 3 wide into the tunnel turn around the outside.
Hamlin still to the outside of... No, nope, Larson going to clear. Suarez looking for 2nd on Hamlin.
Hamlin almost just protecting the bottom, allowing the 7 to have that top line into that flat turn 3 that Trevor talked about in the pre-race.
Make a note of this. Larson inside lane gets the race lead lap 1.
Yeah, absolutely good organization.
Well, he got it basically off of turn 2. I don't know if Denny gave it to him off 2, but for some reason it's like he... I think he could have carried the momentum more off 2, but instead it's almost like he gave up turn 2 to give Larson that advantage so he could stay and not lose the spot to Suarez. Briscoe trying to get his teammate there for 4th. Well, Suarez trying to clear Hamlin. He might hear off 2. Nope. Side by side through the tunnel turn.
Pretty interesting to see Denny on the inside here fighting for this. Down into turn 3 again. Suarez on the top of the racetrack. A little bit of resin in this 2nd groove still.
Then saw this last week. Leader takes off while the 2 cars behind him battle for the position.
That's why Suarez is able to stay up there. He's going to finally
No, still not clear.
This place will tease you, right? Just when you think someone's got it, the rally comes from the other lane.
Denny able to clear now.
Oh, man. Suarez right across the nose of the 19. Briscoe has to get up the racetrack to find some grip. Denny didn't want to give that spot up. Really interesting to see him continue to side draft, continue to fight.
There was a stat thrown out this week by Larry Mack that I thought was kind of surprising. And that was the amount of laps that Kyle Larson has led here, yet does not yet have a win on this racetrack. I think it was like some 700 laps or something. It was a real big number, and I was like, wow, I'm surprised he's got that many laps led here. It's Cindric in the middle of 3 wide with Stenhouse and Custer. Gibbs back on Briscoe. Be interested to see how the defending winner does today.
whole track. We talk about 3 distinct corners as we ride on board with Gibbs on the Monster Energy as we head into the tunnel. This is what I talked about, that kind of very narrow entry, picks up the gas, but it's kind of like corner, momentum down the straightaway, corner, momentum down the straightaway. It's all about when you get offline, can you recover or are you going to lose positions?
Monster Energy onboard camera.
Hear him get tight right in there, guys. Watch the 19 drive away, just a little bit tight to the center of the corner there. That turn 3 is the most important corner because it leads onto this long straightaway. If you get off that
Like
corner,
I said, I talked a little bit about it on the pre-race, the strategy today, and you want to pit before the stage, and that's the way it works here. You'll see that again today.
On the front straightaway. You get that on the grill, I mean, what does that do to challenge you?
So the Cup car's not as sensitive as the O'Reilly cars. They're grill openings that you actually basically
On board Cindric.
go up in there, and as we ride on board with Cindric on the
It's funny, I see Cindric's colors, and I'm like, is that right? Is that Blaney? No, Blaney's in the Newman scheme today. Duh. I should know that. Kind of tricking my mind seeing Cindric in the neon yellow today.
Trying to get a little organized here. I believe that's a 16 of AJ Allmendinger out of line.
The Menards neon yellow.
another spot here. 16 might be able to get there, clear him right there off the turn 3. Christopher Bell right behind these two, trying to carry momentum down the straightaway, maybe trying to put a pass together on Cole Custer here on the entrance to turn 1.
Out of line, top of your screen, that Castro forward up a bunch of spots. As Bell pulls out of line. Brad doing a nice job up 8 spots.
Yeah, nice to be +8 coming from the back. Brad told us on NASCAR Live this has been a good track for us.
Keep an eye on Bell today. Bell and Elliott kind of in line there. They got Chastain between them.
Yesterday in qualifying, and Steve, we were like, probably the backup car. Not the case. They repaired the primary with those changes. He still comes from the rear.
Yeah, I wasn't even probably. I just assumed it was a backup. Huge damage for the 23. It's really remarkable how
Oh, wow, they're
these cars can
surprised they're not in a backup car for Bubba.
they are. You can unbolt the front nose, unbolt the front clip, change the parts as needed with confidence. There's Brad right there, that blue and green car right behind the 23 of Bubba. And I think the experience between these two, remember they started together on the front row. So while they're racing each other, I talked about the momentum. So we're going to see if Bubba pulls out of line, does Brad kind of push him through instead of trying to attack the 23. So you see the 23 up the racetrack a little bit. He'll see if he can get to the outside of the 3. Probably not, but he might have momentum off the top. If he pulls down low, maybe the 6 tries to go with him. Back the row, the 60 of Priest, another RFK Ford. Oh, SVG likes that 3-wide thought.
He's going to stick down in there in the tunnel turn, try to get that spot away.
Next 2 weeks, that's the name we're going to be looking at the next 2 weeks after today. San Diego and Sonoma.
As we work lap 8, we remember Kyle Busch. Track really has done a great job here recognizing and remembering Kyle Busch, NASCAR Live, and Danielle did such a wonderful job of telling that story as well. And it's a good time every week when we go silent, lap 8. Let's get an update from the pit lane. Here's Marty Snyder.
Denny Hamlin started on the pole, Adam, and then had that terrific battle with Daniel Suarez to hang on to the second position. Once that settled out, Hamlin did want to tell Chris Lambert, his spotter, a message. Here was that message.
Silver 5, it's not a big deal, but he did run out of room there too.
That was on the initial start of the race. So, Dale, if it wasn't a big deal to Denny Hamlin, why did he want to relay that message to Kyle Larson to say, hey, you ran me out of the room on the start of the race?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to send a message that, you know, for the rest of the race, if they're going to be racing each other, looking at the 5 car, he's going to be up there with Denny most of the day if they don't have any trouble.
First 5 car numbers in the running order are all odd numbers. 5, 11, 7, and 19. First even car number is Gibbs at 5th.
No need to be aggressive. These two guys have had some run-ins here, you know, at this racetrack, so maybe that's still fresh on their mind as well.
Toyota onboard camera riding with Denny. You know, I think he's ahead of the game. Last couple weeks started on the pole. He was already in the back today. 8 laps in, he's riding second.
We'll see. The 5 team needs to put a full race together, you know. That's, like I said, that's been their biggest, I think their biggest detriment this season is not being able to put a full race together. So, at least in the early laps, in the first 10 laps of the race, they're looking good. The key is, are they going to have the long run pace that you need to go against the Toyotas?
For a limited time, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 15 vehicles. Take on new adventures, make new memories, and leave the interest behind. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Charlie, here. I'm here.
I'll be right back.
Good, Charlie. Come, sit. Let's go home. Charlie, stop. Charlie, what are you doing? Charlie, will you stop that? Charlie, are you crazy? Silly dog. I'm more treats for you.
Sorry, where were we?
You crazy dog.
Red Bull gives you wings. Jack Lynch presents.
Itchy, itchy.
There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Link's Duos.
Military, veterans, first responders, different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Camping World, we're standing behind the people who stand up for us. Year-round support for the USA. Exclusive
Is that Busher's? Yeah, Busher's on board.
Service members and local heroes. And every single month, we're giving one hero a brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP, breakfast has been moving fast.
Look, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes?
You take what you can get. 13th is alright for Bowman. So far, at least so far.
Back live at Pocono, aerial coverage today brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Closing on midway point, stage number 1. Kyle Larson continues to lead, just over 2 seconds in front of Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, last couple laps, they've kind of been trading the fastest lap between these two cars, and hard to tell really. You know, Denny's probably not pushing his car really hard. I'm not sure about Larson, but Denny and all these guys are going to run conservatively.
Depends on how they do late to run and whether or not they can execute. Fiverr.
Handicap who's got the best car right here, but we talked about the 5 car at the start of the show and how they've gained speed. Both of you and I both talked to the crew chief over the
As we've seen with Larson, maybe leading right now, but as we've seen this season, if you're not winning the race on lap 14.
namely this 5 car.
Yeah, let's take a look. You mentioned how the left driver in the bottom left.
You win the race on lap 160, so.
The system has shifted after years, so in this car as well, we're going to see an upshift to 5th right about the start finish. There you go. Now 5th gear. You'll see over 200 if you're tight in a draft, kind of by yourself, maybe low 190s. That's just how draggy this car is. Downshift into 4th gear, some brake. We talked about the brakes into turn 1, what it can do. A little bit playing with the throttle right here.
And that'd be hard pressed not to mention that Kyle Larson has never won here in a Cup car.
tunnel. Let's see if Denny
Closest he came was leading the race going into turn 3 and 21 when he had the left front tire go down.
stays in fifth all the way through the tunnel. Minimum speed still in the high 150s. It probably makes sense to just stay there.
I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, Jason, but that's what we've seen. You know, that's what we've seen in the past, or we've seen this season, is the 5 car is not as strong in the long run. Denny's strength has been, the Toyota strength has been the long run. So I doubt you'll probably see it before the stage end.
So what these two are trying to do, because they want to stay out, win the stage, get all these stage points, and everybody that pits before the end of the stage will just jump over them. So they're trying to gap those guys. Currently, AJ Allmendinger and Hocevar back in 17th and 18th, they're kind of at that threshold where they couldn't pit without losing a lap. The 5 and the 11 are just trying to gap that as best as they can, run as fast as they can.
The 5 is not running as fast as Denny over the last couple of laps. Denny was 3/10 quicker the lap before, 1/10 quicker.
Yep, and that interval's starting to swap now. Exactly. Now you're starting to see it happen. You're right. You're right, Junior. That's literally what I was just pointing out, is how good the 11 team has been on the long run this season. And that's where I think the 5 team's weak point has been this season, has been long run pace.
In that final run of the race, I mean, it was remarkable what they did to come back and dominate at the end when you consider how the day began and what transpired through the first half. Let's now get drivers talking about the tunnel turn here at Pocono.
For me personally, what makes the tunnel turn so difficult is the fact that it's kind of a blind corner. It's really narrow, so it's kind of this like game of chicken, getting down into there, of who's going to lift. I feel like now, like the groove has widened out. Before, you really want to just fight for the bottom.
And you're starting to see that interval swap now.
It's a really fast corner, so you don't spend much time in it, but you have to carry a lot of speed, and it's really bumpy.
Brutally.
That's literally the greatest. I'm literally describing what might happen, and to literally visibly see it start to happen, I think is hilarious. You know, it's like, fine, you're saying that, we're going to prove your point by showing it, but letting it happen.
Cars that I think by choice are running a few feet higher. It seems like you only have to go up maybe 3 or 4 feet, as Bubba was talking about the multiple grooves. Going up a couple feet has made that corner a little smoother.
I talked to a few crew chiefs this morning about how
There for third, Gibbs has come on here a little bit late. Got a good long run car for the 54. Got back around his teammate, now is chasing, ran down Daniel there.
Gibbs is past the 19. Briscoe drove up to the back bumper of Suarez for third. This is the rest of the top 10.
He's over running 16th. Where did he start though, Jason? Forgot where I didn't see where he started.
Up a groove here to try to get some clean air underneath that car. Trying to get the run off.
He's running 16th right now, but I can't say how he's doing unless you compare it to where he started. Anyway, I said it. I said it. Denny's they actually lost 2 spots, but not a bad qualifying lap for them though. Top 20 qualifying.
Through the tunnel, you really don't have that opportunity to run multiple lines through this turn.
Well, after the last couple weeks, Jason. But then again, to be fair, they've been trying to find their footing after everything that happened, so I really don't fault them for the struggles the last couple of weeks. But the interval continues to shrink at the front.
Suarez is the new Ryan Newman. He's the guy that's going to take your line away. He's going to do whatever he can to make this pass as hard as possible.
And this is where long run pace. It helps to have long run pace. Gibbs into third. God, the fact that the lead went from almost 2 seconds down to almost half a second now. I mean, Hamlin has nipped into that lead big time. You might be right, Drew. He might get him before the pit stop. Because I would expect him to pit before the stage ends, if they plan on doing so. I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't.
$3.99. Protein pockets $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
So on this first one, I'll knock you off.
I'm your neighbor.
We're having a watch party.
You like to come?
Sounds like fun. Yeah. Hey, Alec, what's up?
Hello, welcome. Come on in, guys.
Now you see, I know why you're saying that, Port. You're saying that because of how Connor Zilich's season has gone so far. The fact that if he actually were to finish last today, he would have broken the record. Most consecutive races finishing last. I don't know. Honestly, outside of Zilich, there isn't one that I can think of offhand that had a bunch of hype coming in that kind of had a rough rookie season.
Opening day, just like we used to. I love being out here with Sam again.
Of recent history other than Zilich.
Why I wanted more for my symptomatic obstructive HCM. So I asked my cardiologist about Camzyos.
It's only a couple car lengths now.
My symptoms have improved.
Probably about 3 car lengths, I'd say, between Larson and Hamlin.
And he can see.
Anytime before 2 to go, Bumble.
4 times more. Camzyos may cause
Maybe you might see like one with like 4 to go, but 3 to go is probably where you're going to see most of them. Because of the gap that Larson and Hamlin have pulled. You couldn't wait till 2 to go. The leaders obviously could wait till 2 to go, to about 2 to go, but you'll probably see a few come with 3 to go. Yeah, but Hemrick didn't have the hype coming in, Port. Him coming to the Cup Series. The caveat you're saying there is drivers who had the hype coming into their rookie Cup season, and to my honest opinion anyway, outside of Zilich, there really was not a driver that had heavy hype that then just stunk up a show their rookie year. No, not Casey Mears. Casey Mears had no hype coming in his rookie year.
So the last time we came back from side by
He had a rough rookie year, but he didn't have hype coming into his rookie year. Not to the extent that Zilich has had coming in. You see, that's what I'm comparing it to. You know? I'm comparing it to the hype that we saw out of Zilich last year coming into the Cup Series this year. Now, there's not a driver I can think of that had that hype.
Look there, he gets tight right there. That's the part that he wishes he could do better. When he goes over there, those bumps, the 5 can get to the throttle sooner and kind of get away.
The drivers I can think of that had the equivalent hype didn't have terrible rookie years. Like a Chase Elliott or a Casey Kane or Kyle Larson or, you know.
So higher than he was by himself, but maybe just wasn't close enough or a little bit too old on tires as he's searching around as well. I will say with 6 to go in this stage, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, right? Well, wait a minute. We got a lap car right here in front of the 5. That could become a challenge for this 5 car. This could present an opportunity for Denny.
Nope. Again, when people define hype, I notice there seems to be different definitions of what hype is, you know? And people are misremembering the hype, you know? Like, all the media was talking about. When I think hype, I think, oh, everybody's talking about him. All the teams, all the drivers, all the media. Lead change. Got him with ease. Kind of used the 62 there as a pick and got him with ease.
After Larson got the early advantage, 11 on point, getting it done late in the stage.
Larson just doesn't have the turn he needs to
kind of take the fight back to him there on the inside of turn one.
Yep. 5 to go. I guess it's going to be the mark. Bowman's the first one in.
Right at the threshold of being able to pit under green, a little more than 15 seconds back from the leader. Brakes feel a little slow.
Again, Reed never had the hype. Well, not to the level and extent that we're talking. If we're going to compare to Connor Zilic, you know, that's what we're comparing to. And like I said, I can't think the drivers I can think of that had the hype equivalent to Connor Zilic didn't have terrible rookie seasons. They either had average or better rookie seasons. Average or good rookie seasons. I wouldn't necessarily say they had bad rookie seasons. So.
I would be shocked if Hamlin doesn't take the 10 points for winning the stage. But I've been shocked before. The whole top 10 are going to have to make a decision.
We'll get a lap
45 now on pit road, so he showed his hand. He's got
that
to
makes sense.
down service of his team. Trevor.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick made up 7 spots early on that first
Well,
restart, but then brought it back a couple of those
Drew,
Motor Club cars.
what have I literally... I literally have been saying it all season, where the strength of the 11 team is and the weakness of the 5 team. I'm not surprised at the gap when Hamlin got around him, because of the way the season has gone. The 5 team has been weaker on a long run. That's where the 11 team's strength is. And that's why he's been able to gap Larson. As soon as he pulled away, you put a good car out front. Now Hamlin's got clean air. Now he's not having to deal with being in the wake of the 5 car.
We're going to see top of your screen, upper right. We saw the bright yellow 2 of Cindric come to pit road. Blaney on pit road. There's Blaney in that 12, the Ryan Newman car.
Again, that's the difference, long run versus short run. The 11 team has been killer on long run this season. That's why they made such a big deal when Hamlin was so good on the restarts at Nashville. Well, namely at Nashville. You get long run pace, those laps add the time will add up. I mean, look at Eric Jones. It's another Toyota. Again, good on the long run. The handling good on the long run.
All right, there you go. Stayed on the racetrack.
I'm surprised so many guys stayed out before the stage. Actually shocked more people didn't flip it.
Well, think too. I mean, I just go right there, 7th, 8th, and 9th in the running order, and where they are when you think about the chase standings. You know, Jones with that runner-up finish last week, only 18 below the cut line. Logano only a few points out. Byron's been bouncing around 10th, 11th, 12th. They all need him, and they're all going to get some here. And Hamlin in position to win the stage and get 10 more after coming in 51 points behind Tyler Reddick. One to go on the stage, presented by Credit One Bank. Hamlin 2 seconds in front of Kyle Larson.
Last couple of laps, he's been almost 6 tenths faster than Larson.
Again, 6 tenths of a second. That's 6 tenths of a second quicker. That's just, again, long run pace.
4 7 slower. Chris Buescher back there with a 54.5, the only car really within a half a second of Denny Hamlin.
That's where the 11 team has killed people this year is long run pace.
11 car is deep into these runs. We see it every single week.
And again, it's not a horsepower thing. It's the handling. It's straight up the handling on a race car. They know how to get a car to handle when it's on worn equipment. And Hamlin will win stage 1 easily.
This is 5th stage win of 2026. That leads all drivers.
Went from being almost 2 seconds back to 2.5 seconds up. About a 4.5 second difference. Joe Logano sneaking into stage points there.
He's been getting a bunch of stage points in recent weeks. Talked about Byron, Jones, Logano, and a great run for Austin Hill in the 33. Takes advantage of the strategy of others and finishes inside the top 10 in stage 1.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. Pocono's the one we've seen this before in the past with the stage, is that you play the strategy of pitting before the stage end.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born when the Japanese took judo to Brazil. When North African frying traditions met Spanish dough, Spain made the churro. After Jamaicans took their sound systems to the UK, the world got punk. And this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
Thing is, you're not going to really get a big gain because majority of the group. Anytime you get a majority of the group going with an answer, you're not going to get a big gain in stage points. Or the stage points. In channel points. We could be calling the channel points stage points. That's why it makes it impressive. I know he's in chat, so I'm going to mention him here. When Frank would do... was winning those contrarian bets. I mean, sometimes he was the only one picking an answer that ended up being correct, and he would make big gains because of it. I'm curious to know how many point you probably don't remember, Frank. I'm curious to how many channel points you actually won out of doing all that, because you literally would dump all your points on an answer that was contrarian from everybody else, and the answer would hit, and it was wild.
And data shows that people taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds.
Like, I'd go back and look at it, I was like, how are you doing that?
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects.
Well, I'd be interested to see what happens here now, because now you're going to get Hamlin and Larson and those front runners. There's going to be some cars, they're going to be ahead of them now because they stayed out for that.
Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
I still can't believe the Knicks won the NBA title.
Zepbound, watch this.
First time since what, 70... Was it 73 their last title? No, it was the 70s. I need to go watch that, though. I have it saved on my watch list. I just need to go watch it. The mini movie.
NASCAR on Prime is presented by Metabo. Get to it with Metabo HPT Power Tools. Make, move, go. And by Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com. Get smiling today.
03?
And now our relief lap, sponsored by
Yeah, well,
Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easy.
Port, I could go further, though. The Spurs won that one in 03, though. So...
Had fallen behind, but he's back on the lead lap now.
that one had a different outcome. So I don't know how that would affect it, though. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love to see the Pistons win another one. I mean, they won... You think about it, the Pistons... Don't discount the Pistons because, you know, they won back-to-back NBA titles in an era in which you had Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Michael Jordan. Especially Jordan in his prime. You know, they won back-to-back titles before Jordan went on his first three-peat. You know, that's... Think of how impressive that team was. The Bad Boys Pistons team. Yeah. That could be the detriment to the 5 team, is the fact that they didn't get to pick their pit stall. And Denny's got the #1 pit stall, so...
So he should be coming around the 5 at about the time the 5 is leading. So, crew chief for the 5, Cliff Daniels. You talk about the small little nuance. This is Cliff looking over to the pit box of the 51 to be very close. Me leaving, can I go? Are you going to free clear me? Yup, he gets kind of a clear. So now he knows. We saw that wreck with the 54 just a week or two ago, leaving pit road, having contact. Now Larson knows.
Yeah, see, that's thinking ahead, though, if you're Cliff Daniels. Trying to make an agreement with the 51, knowing that they're going to come late.
Check up and allow the 5 to leave. 2 Chevrolets working together. Leadership by Cliff Daniels
Charlotte. The answer to the first part of your question, Port, Charlotte. The Charlotte Oval has definitely had an uptick since the next gen came in.
The last couple laps on the green, crew chief Tyler Allen telling him, we're not going to catch the leader, so save from some fuel.
I mean, it'd be bad for me to say Texas for the latter part of the answer because that's kind of obvious, but Texas was never that great in the first place, but I don't know, I had to think on the second one, to be honest. But the first one, without a question, it's Charlotte.
Stage one for Chase Briscoe is that he was too free on the exit of 1 and the exit of 3. That's where he was really losing his time.
Okay, looks like Denny won the race off pit road.
Denny Hamlin said, I started a little bit too free, but I did certainly like our car at the very end of that run.
One driver completely missing inside the top 5. A car I thought did a nice job of saving gas, was putting him in the right position, was the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Watch the right
Slow
side.
stop.
Pretty clean. Bobble on the right rear, jack drop, no dice. The car must be in the air for the wheel to be tightened. They come back, they tighten up the right rear. At this point, damage is done, so they actually go back.
So it looks like we got 6 that stayed out.
Traffic, but long stop for Ty Gibbs.
Again, the 6 that pitted before the stage end. With the running order update, we'll find out where we're at here. Commercial break? I'll go. This one.
That's how you become the legend of the woods, with battery life for days, from the processor your PC wishes it had.
Crown Nuggets are back at Burger King, and you're never too old to get your crown on. Let kids rule with the $3.99 kids meal, or get the 8-piece for you.
We're here for those who build America. Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you value what we value.
I mean, can I be honest? I don't really care for the World Cup, if I'm being honest. I'm not a football fan. I really don't care for it myself. So yeah, it was 70s. 53 years. Would have been 70... 50 years from that before. 50 years from now would be 76. Drop through. It's 73. I was right. 73. First 6 guys stayed out because they pitted before the stage end. So the first 6 cars in the running order pitted before the stage end. So they're out front now. Hamlin is the first one that pitted at the stage end. He was the stage 1 winner.
Thursday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's on Prime.
Let's get into our stage break. Brought to you by Snapdragon. Danielle Trotta alongside driver Corey LaJoy, driver of the 11th. Denny Hamlin winning the first stage. And man, was he gapping the field there in the final laps of stage 1 by 0.7 of a second. 3 of the 4 Gibbs cars finishing stage 1 inside the top 5. So
It's
we'll
just...
see if Toyotas have blistering speed.
do I need to keep reiterating it?
We noticed that the tire fall off of the right side tires was a little bit more than what we had seen in the previous years.
That the 11 team and Toyota's big strength this season has been long run pace. Long run pace and handling. The fact that Denny ran down Larson, and Larson's biggest weakness this season has been long run pace.
Pushing those Goodyear
I mean, we'll see. The interesting thing is now what they're going to do, because now they got cars ahead of them. Now you got 6 cars ahead of them, and now they don't have the clean air. So now let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, that's what's currently running right now, Frank, is the Stage 2 one.
What do you make of this strategy? You like it?
I love the move one because you were still in a position close enough in relevant.
What I'm really curious about is I'm surprised the leaders did, you know, Hamlin and Larson, that they didn't do that pit before the stage end.
Retain that track position to get themselves some stage points here in stage 2. I love the move of flipping the stage here.
Reddick wants to get some of those stage points here to keep that battle tight in points with Denny Hamlin. Our guy Brad Keselowski, yes, analyst this week coming back for the post-race show. He started tail end Charlie. He's making up a lot of ground in that number 6 Ford. Finished stage 1 24th. Now running 29th. Let's send it back upstairs to the booth for the start of stage 2 with Adam Alexander.
All right, thank you, Danielle. You guys talked about those drivers flipping the stage. So the race off pit road.
Well, let's see what happens. I'm curious to see what happens here.
In the running order, Denny Hamlin going to choose the outside lane here. And on the front
Well, I know Denny why he did it, because he's in that tight battle with Reddick for the point that he had 51 was the difference coming into today. But I'm curious to see how these guys are able to do. Can they maintain the track position versus Hamlin and Larson? Let's see. Second stage is now green. Nemechek and Reddick. Already fanning out. Riley Herbst's going to make it 3. Ooh, Logano. In the middle, going to gain a couple. Hocevar behind Logano. That's 2 aggressive drivers on a restart. Ooh. Almost contact between Jones and Elliott. Larson losing spots as Hamlin is trying to get through these guys. Hamlin already pushing top 5. There's Nemechek and Reddick battle for the lead. I'm watching that 11 car sneak through. He's already side by side for 5th.
John Hunter's going to try to slow him down a little bit right here. Going to run and chase each other across the racetrack, trying to get.
Dane Smith trying to chase the draft and break the draft behind him as well. How about William Byron? Nice little run through the field there. I think he's got trying to get Cindric there. Byron a much better restart than his teammate for sure. Who's ain't gonna help here? Go side by side through the tunnel turn. Yeah, I think Reddick might can he clear him here? Nope. Nemechek's still there. Here's a run from Zane. Nice block by John. Drags Blaney to Zane. He's got a run. Around the outside of the 38 for 3rd. Clears him. Pulls Hamlin to those 2. Hamlin thinks about looking inside. Ooh, Blaney with a run. Thought about 3 into 1. Zane back to the outside of the 12. Looks like Ryan's going to clear him. That'll check up Zane to give Hamlin the opportunity. Still side by side for the race lead.
These two will, they will not let each other go for the lead.
Hamlin for 4th.
Well, now there's a second groove developing in the tunnel. It's allowing that outside line to still be stubborn out here. At some point, you might just have to take the slide.
Oh, Nemechek! I think he tried to do it there, but I think that might get Reddick the lead. He's got it. That little bobble out of Nemechek is what gave the lead to Reddick. Blaney wants 2nd. Can he clear him into 1? Nope. Nemechek able to stay side by side through 1. Hamlin might get Ryan here coming down the tunnel turn.
He's going to go to the inside here.
He's going to peek. Yeah, he is.
Amazing what that loss of momentum will do for you. 2 drivers have combined for 9 wins here. Hamlin and Blaney.
I think what's amazing is Blaney is the only other driver other than Hamlin that has multiple wins here that's an active Cup driver. Blaney's got 2, and obviously Denny's got his 7. Everybody else only has a single win here. That's 1 here. That's wild to me. Ooh, Zane's gonna try to make it 3. Ooh, Hamlin's gonna get clear though of Blaney. Meanwhile, look at Byron go. Look at the 24 go. Oh, there goes Zane. Gets the inside wall. Man, I was hoping he would get the inside wall, but I really like it, Bumble. Honestly, it's my favorite scheme of this year so far. Then again, you're at Bumble. You're asking the guy who shares the same first name of both drivers. What do you think? 2 guys that had that fantastic finish at Dega on my birthday in 2019. So I mean, come on, come on.
There was a loose moment. He corrected up the track, and that could have taken Benny with him. But he did a great job.
He tried to lock it down too.
Yeah, that could have looked a little bit like the 9 and the 20 last week, right? There was that big wiggle from the 38.
Well, it's funny you say that, Jason. On my Discord when Port posted about it, I literally replied to it, said, "Hey, if I reply to this, if I share this, is this literally a Ryan cubed?" If you guys haven't got a chance to go check it out, Penske actually posted a video that they did with Newman and Blaney on the scheme reveal, and some of the stories Newman was talking about. I thought it was a pretty cool listen.
In the front part of the pack, doing everything he needed to do, and it got away from him.
We've had some reports from down in the pits, drivers talking about the seams and some of the sealer that they put inside the seams. I'd be curious if we get a chance to talk to Zane at the Infield Care Center if any of that was an issue of losing grip.
I remember that race week, that Daytona race weekend that they're throwing back to the 08 race. It was all through the week the talk was about, JGR switched to Toyota, Junior joining Hendrick, and at the end of the day on Sunday, you know what the manufacturer was that put the most cars in the top 10? It was Dodge. They had 7 of the top 10 at the finish of the race. They were the ones that had the race cars at the end of the day. The team that ended the manufacturer that ended up being the story was Dodge.
Kind of the signature of that corner is spinning late exit. The seams are some, the banking, the content, maybe just get a little bit of wheeling in the middle. We've seen, when he was spinning, there was 8 or
What's also interesting too is that was Ryan's last win for Penske too. Was the 08 500.
Popular place always seems to deliver some highlights. Saw some drivers come down pit road. We'll update the situation there. Caution out for
What's the strategy? I noticed Logano was on pit road.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
I wonder if this is a gamble to go for stage points. I don't know if you can make it on gas that far. I wonder if that is a play though, so that they could stay out, run stage 2 out.
Where will your journey take you?
In the movie of your life, you're the director. You write the script and call the shots. You keep the story moving along. Hey, boom's in. Until one day, your doctor says you have chronic lymphocytic leukemia. That wasn't part of the story. For CLL, my doctor recommended Calquence.
Calquence is the first and only BTKI to offer 2 approved all-oral chemo-free options. Ongoing treatment with Calquence or fixed-duration treatment when combined.
Denny Hamlin's got a race car today. That's all I'm going to say is I think Denny Hamlin's got a race car today. They gave him something today.
New cancers including skin cancers, heart rhythm problems, and liver problems. Tell your doctor right away if you have flu-like symptoms, blood in stool or urine, fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness.
The way he carved his way through to get to 3rd after the restart from 7th.
Ask your doctor about pregnancy and breastfeeding. These are not all the side effects. Use sun protection.
And action.
Ask your doctor about Calquence. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be...
Looking to go for 3 straight for the first time in his Cup career. Never won 3 consecutive Cup races. But I couldn't think of a better racetrack for him to go to. No.
Out here, a reputation is built the same way anything is. One bolt, one cut, one nail at a time.
Well, use it as motivation.
Get to it with Metabo HPT.
It is such a shame that the 2 crown jewels that are missing, in my opinion, for Denny's resume are a win in Indianapolis and the Cup title. That's the only 2 things I think that are missing on his resume. He's won the 600. He's won the All-Star race. He's won the Southern 500. He's won the Daytona 500. 9th all-time on the wins list, tied with Kyle Busch. But you could break that this week if he wins today.
Make it difficult, you'll find a way.
He's practically done it all. That's why when people ask, who's the greatest driver to ever win the Cup title? Denny Hamlin with the easily. Denny Hamlin without question. #1 with a bullet. The only driver on the top 10 on the wins list, all-time career wins list, that does not have a Cup title.
Give him a ton of credit. It is not an easy place to spot from here, Pocono. The exit at turn 3 and entry at turn 1 are difficult for them.
It is very tricky. So you do rely on him, but it's 100% false information in one.
You know you're going to be 3 or 4 wide pretty much every restart. So you got to rely on that spotter to tell you where the cars are, where to get pushes, and what holes you can actually hit.
They're a huge part of what we do here at Pocono, and you better have a good one up on the roof.
I thought Freddie Kraft was great on NASCAR Live talking about what spotters deal with here and how you
No,
the field as they go around.
Denny has gapped Mark in career wins by 20, at least by 20. Mark had what, 40? Denny's got 63. Not to mention Denny has 3 Daytona 500 wins. Don't get me wrong, I like Mark Martin, but I kind of had a little debate of this about myself too. It's like Mark may have been respected by his competitors, but that respect never won him a championship. Respect is one thing, but when you don't have, that's where it matters.
Getting up to the top of the racetrack, just really couldn't find any clean air there. It's going to cost him a little bit of speed.
And then he had a little bit of a rough restart there. Really didn't kind of get going there. We're going to get Reddick versus Nemechek round 2. Actually, wouldn't mind seeing that,
He's going to clear Elliott for that spot. Right behind him, the 5 of Larson.
A decent run there in 5th.
Yeah, Larson hasn't moved as quickly as Hamlin has since the restart when they gave up that track position pitting at the end of stage 1.
He's actually lost. Larson actually lost positions to his teammate and to both his teammates actually, Byron and Elliott, since the restart.
Larson to the inside, a late drive bomb down into the tunnel. A little bit of a surprise for his teammate there, but Chase is going to clear on exit.
Again, they're all on the same tires too, so.
Got 3 cars in the top 7 today. Saw Elliott and Larson racing for 6.
Car getting way up the racetrack.
Actually, now that I think about it, ooh, Barry into the fence. There goes SVG. Bubba, Brad. I think it looked like Joey Logano might have got a piece of it too. Yeah.
It looked like
argue for that position off of the corner. And the 21
I don't know. Junior saying it. Oh, and Zilich caught up in another one. It sounded like, or it looked like Barry was the first one in the fence, but they were saying that Junior was saying that SVG might have gotten loose inside of Barry. He was already up. No, that's Hill. Hill squeezes SVG into the 21. I don't know if Hill got loose and carried him up there, or if the spotter just said clear and he wasn't clear, but that was definitely Hill into SVG, into Barry.
A few of those cars involved there, the ones that had just
There's Zilich and Logano got their damage.
lost all that track position trying to play a little game of strategy, and you get caught in the middle of this.
Yeah, that started into 3 though. I'm kind of curious as to if.
Yeah, but did Hill wash up the hill, or did Hill wash up the hill, or did he just push on exit?
But he does run him a little higher. But that argument, that disagreement, started way back in turn 3 on the entrance there.
I didn't mean to make the pun there, though, in saying that, but
These cars don't get
there's a couple guys there, too, on the bubble that didn't need that race. I think it looked like Logano, looking at SVG. Well, SVG, I think, was 11th in the standings, but SVG, Logano, Bubba.
They go up the racetrack, and 33 gets in there, and they're 3 wide, not enough room. So I was wondering if the 33 knew he was 3 wide. Well, he knew it because he was the one who made it 3 wide. So just listen to the spotter.
What this? Yeah. Spotter say here.
Quarter, bumper clear 20 out there, quarter, bumper, back to doors, top, bottom of 3, all clear, wreck it behind.
Spotter said they were there. Hard to deny that, or put that one on the spotter. I think he'll just try to take more real estate than he had.
And I thought it was clear communication of that clear the 20. And then I heard door and quarter, which tells me the 2 cars you just drove up next to are there. So I feel like Austin, because I questioned if he knew. I think Austin knew how they were out there, but maybe his car wouldn't allow it. It's just kind of all, they know if you lift right there, it's easy to say, but if you check up at that spot, you're losing 5 spots. I mean, you're in the exit of turn 3 before the longest straightaway.
That was a great view. That Cheddar's onboard camera. As Austin Hill got aggressive coming off the turn, and I think about too the points implications here, because Shane Van Gisbergen won that race at Washington.
That's what I was saying. Adam's talking about it now.
He's involved here. Joey Logano.
The guys that were involved, Wallace is involved, Logano, SVG, Kozlowski.
He got some damage there.
All guys right around that bubble race.
45 with Tyler Reddick.
Yep, leaders are in.
Down pit road. The call from Billy Scott is going to be to put 2 tires and fuel in this car. Tyler also saying it's a little bit loose.
A lot of 2-tire stops here. Looks like Reddick's crew is going to win that race off.
Trevor, 47 to go here in stage 2.
Oh, Denny's crew.
Chris Gill makes the call for Denny Hamlin to come down pit road, right side tires only.
They'll come out second behind Reddick.
And now we do a little Goodyear race off the pit lane.
And the lead to John Hunter.
Stay out. Reddick, the best of those that came down the pit lane when you talk about the
SVG's on board. Yeah, they SVG washed him up, but they were fine. Then Hill stuck his nose in there 3 wide, and again, it's hard. It's hard for me to say if he washed up or not, but he definitely self-cleared and forced SVG into Barry into the wall. And poor Josh Berry, who just lost his ride this week and caught up in this incident.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety.
That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
You play by the rules. Then things happen. Prices keep climbing. Every month, a new expense. And the debt adds up. So how do you face it? It starts with a call, then a plan. At National Debt Relief, we'll negotiate with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe. And just like that, you're back on track. When
He's
that
still in a
happens,
race
we're here to help
car.
you take action. And this is where
Since
your
I don't,
chapter
I see them throw it back.
Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
My name is Daniel. I've been a barista for 8 years, but I wanted to bring my take on real coffee to the community, and my Toyota BZ helped me get there.
Imagine what you can do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota. Let's go places.
Jack Links presents. There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Links Duos.
NASCAR on Prime, back live at Pocono. Our coverage presented by Metabo HPT.
Should go make fun of Preston because they know he's in his Discord. Like, why are you not watching my stream, Preston?
Car, literally, this car, Andrew is giving away an authentic Gen 6 Cup car. Scan the QR code to enter. Riding with William Byron today, courtesy the Androl onboard camera. They've added a lap here under caution, so we'll step aside. John Hunter Nemechek, the race leader, as we're under caution for the 3rd time.
I guess they are telling us to get back to the garage, but... Well, no, I meant he's in his Discord watching it, or I'm just surprised he's not watching my stream. It's like... Did I stream it? You can watch my stream.
Built the same way anything is.
And you might want to just watch it as is.
One
But...
cut, 1 nail at a time.
Well, he's not going to watch that screen share. I understand not watching the screen share. I just...
HPT.
And there it was, the first great American yell, echoing like a...
Yeah, I still think we're going to get the race in, but I should make mention. We are going to reach halfway in the race before the end of stage 2, so it's lap 80.
Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
At Burger King, you tell us what goes on the menu.
We want to know what you want.
I want all the jalapenos on my Whopper.
3 layers of juicy, creamy.
Well, the concern, I think, for Logano is that right front. Because that's where he had the contact. That's why you see him working so hard on that right front. God. Itchy head. Okay.
That's why we're giving you our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
And he said 12 cars stayed out this time?
Your weight loss is in your hands.
Yeah. 11 stayed out.
With the latest FDA-approved
11 cars stayed out. More cars stayed out this time, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can see who can come through the field. And more cars that stayed out this time.
Get started for $39.
Legacy boys want 1st and 3rd right now.
See if GLP-1s are right for you at hims.com.
For the first time ever, a United States naval base welcomes NASCAR. Saturday, blast off with the NASCAR O'Reilly Series at the U.S. Naval Base Coronado. in San Diego for an historic NASCAR event. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series San Diego. It all starts Saturday with qualifying at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific. Then later, racing action at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on the CW.
Good more guys come back to pit road there near the back. I expect the teammates to line up together here. Looks like they're going to line up on the outside. Jones behind Nemechek. Hocevar third on that outside.
The care center after being part of that multi-car incident. Brad, walk us through what happened, what you know.
Yeah, somebody hit the wall in front of me and they just stacked everybody up. I got through the first wave of the crash and then somebody got into someone else and spun down in front of me and tore the front end off. I didn't really have a chance to even do anything. So it's unfortunate. I actually feel like we were dialing the car in and pretty decent, just kind of waiting for the race to develop and didn't get a chance to let it develop. So I guess you can kind of see it here. They started spinning the wreck in front of me and I thought I had it cleared and then they were good in that car. So part of it, I guess.
Thanks, Brad.
Brad came in 15th in the chase standings, now being shown 16th and on the bubble. A host of drivers right around that cut line.
And there's that. Here's again. Hill up, forces his way into SVG and Barry, and on from there.
In the middle of the third lane, they kind of got together. Neither one was going to lift, or they thought the other one would kind
Look at
of
the points.
give a little bit of room and ran out of real estate.
Maybe you talk about the culture over at Legacy Motor Club. Whoever mentioned that.
A couple weeks ago, if he would have told me that Denny Hamlin dropped Reddick's lead to 41 points, I would have been like, what? Reddick's lead at one point was 122 points. It's down to 41 now as they run. Denny's gained 81 points, essentially since Nashville. You know what happens here. Teammates trying to work together. Nose to tail.
All the cars single file on the back there.
Looks like Dylan's going to be the first one to duck out.
When they last came to pit road, let's see how the front figures this out.
Larson's going to duck. Nemechek clears Briscoe as Jones runs side by side with Briscoe. Ooh, Reddick and Custer. Yeah, to Hamlin. The drag race 3 wide. More, almost 3 wide there.
Identifiable in that number 1 green Chevrolet getting aggressive. The contact as they come across the tunnel.
You and I saw the same wreck happening.
Byron was squeezed in a sandwich right there. 3 wide again. I mean, just no messing around.
Oh, a little contact there with Ty Gibbs and the 2.
Highest running of those that pitted is Elliott over Hamlin at the moment.
Ryan Blaney right there with that group. The whole field continues to get shuffled based on the strategy that you were playing. So there's a
But what's interesting is the ones that pit, they get further and further back of the field, so it's going to come down to who can get through the traffic.
Custer. Danny wanted to do that as well. A little bit of a bobble for that 11 car. He's going to get a push from his, I'd say his
But you should be able to get Custer here with help from Reddick.
It's going to send him to the inside of Cole Custer.
It's going to get Priest.
Priest drives across the nose of the 11. That'll stall him out just
Might be Elliott versus Hamlin here if they can get through this traffic.
Reddick gave him 1 shot. He's not going to give him a second. Now he's going to follow that 41 in.
Larson on Byron.
Teammates right here, HMS, 5 and 24. Larson, Byron side by side. Byron's going to take it. Larson just struggling, trying to move forward here.
You know, Larson and Byron both a part of that group that came down at lap 48. Best driver on that cycle, though, is their teammate Chase Elliott, who's up there in the 8th position. Steve, you always say it. You don't have to be leading the race, but you want to make sure you are leading your group on your particular strategy.
Yeah, if you're a fan of one of these drivers that's no longer at the front, you're wondering if their decision to pit's going to work out. Don't feel alone. I'm wondering as well. It's really going to be how this race runs, how this next 41 laps of this stage run. Do we get a caution? Do we not? Right now, I expect everyone in the field near the front to come to pit road under green before the end of the stage. Where will they be and how long will their stops be will determine the success of this strategy.
I told you the strategy in a nutshell is just pit before the stage end. It's literally. Because that's how you try to get the track position. Ooh, good block. Then you go try the outside then on Gibbs.
In an O'Reilly car. Dancing behind Austin Dillon, 354 Ty Gibbs.
I have to believe we're 16 points races into the season, and combined, Kyle Larson and William Byron have not been to victory lane.
We haven't talked much about Christopher Bell. We talked a lot about
You guys, I would have thought, would have at least had at least a couple wins by now.
huge hit a week ago. Seems like I haven't read anything on the radio, no real report, so I'm going to say that currently running 21st, but staying behind the wheel. A broken wrist. Unbelievable.
Bell continuing to gut it out.
In Michigan. Restart, 20 in position to have a great day. And collected when the 9 had to get away from him. Chase Elliott slides up into the 20. Such a hard hit, Dale.
Yeah, the hardest one in the next gen era. Definitely top 5 in the history of the sport right there. Oh, and amazing this young man was able to get out of the car, much less be here this weekend racing with us. And they worked really hard to get him as comfortable as possible with the cast on his arm. And had to get a new glove made for the left hand.
We never saw the... We saw the onboard, but not the driver view. I wonder if Bell tried to save that car, and the wheel snapped in his hands. That's why I'm wondering if that's maybe where he broke his wrist. Because the only onboard we've seen from the wreck is the onboard we see out the windshield, so that's why I wonder if he was maybe late getting his hands off the wheel, and that's maybe what snapped his wrist.
Which is kind of what Adam Stevens predicted before the race, Steve. He said that Bell did not have one complaint about how it was in practice, how he felt after practice either. So far, so good for the driver of the 20.
Larson was able to get around his teammate Byron, but now he's lost that position.
Let's just see what happens when we get a long run here. Who's going to be good on the long run? We know Denny's proved he's good on the long run. Gibbs, Blaney, Gibbs, Blaney, Larson, and Dillon.
First stage with the 5 had control of the race. He got too tight leading, which is a real concern because back here, that characteristic's only going to get worse with all the dirty air.
Blaney, first career win here, 2017. Went to victory lane a couple of years ago.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Bumble. I'm wondering. We've seen so many drivers over the years take their hands off the wheel. I'm wondering what made him keep chasing it. If that's where he snapped it. Because personally, that's what I think happened, but I'm just wondering why he kept chasing it instead of just letting go of the wheel.
Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. It's $35 a month.
Well, Danek also came from IndyCar racing, where that's a common occurrence in IndyCar racing to see.
Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow, who will drive America forward.
Usually you're not saving an IndyCar once it gets out of shape, too.
You value what we value, and you should pay what we pay.
So at the front, you got the Legacy guys running first and third. Briscoe, the defending winner, between them.
Different uniforms, different front lines, same sacrifice. At Huntington, we're standing behind the people.
Highest running of those that are on one strategy is Elliott in 8th. Hamlin just a couple of spots. Well, Elliott now 7th. Hamlin just a couple spots behind him.
A brand new RV on us. Our flags are big. Our commitment is bigger. Camping World, America's RV company.
Racing is an expensive sport, and I remember my dad working 24/7 because he's taking care of my racing. So the Spectrum sponsorship was huge for sure. I think my dad's the most excited about all this because he set up the original Spectrum sponsorship, and I think that's the coolest part for me is seeing how excited he is. So if I were to win in the Spectrum car, I think it would be unbelievable.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP.
On board, I believe this is Byron's on board looking at Priest.
It's pancakes.
Dine-in delivery catering.
summer pancakes.
Mr. Riley's a very nice man, but he was about to leave.
Who told you that?
That you were leaving?
That I'm nice.
Hey! Look for the resub, boy. Feels like it's been longer than a year for you. You may have been watching, just didn't sub until a year ago. Denny around McDowell. But Denny, I think, is definitely quicker to chase. It's just a matter of running him down.
And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with Rapid Recap, where you can see all key race moments in 2 minutes or less.
Question is either one of them going to get these front runners before we see pit stops.
Birthday this week, and he's leading here in Pocono, Trevor Bayne.
Yes, sir, Adam. John Hunter Nemechek also came into this race only having led 21 laps over the last 2 seasons. Today, he's going to cross the lead lap number 18. What a confidence booster it is for this young man. I talked to crew chief Travis Mack earlier.
But him and his teammate have definitely had a resurgent year for that group, for sure. And a lot of it could be the turnaround with Toyota this year, you know.
Trevor checked in with Chris Gale, the crew chief for Denny Hamlin, who's trying to track down Chase Elliott to be the leader of those on that lap 48 pitting strategy. Steve, I asked Chris Gale, I said, pitting at that point, can you make it to
Hamlin won stage 1. We had an incident off the tunnel turn, or the incident off turn 3 here, where he'll kind of forced a 3 wide and caused a melee. Just strategy is what kind of been the story of different strategies at the front.
Score points at the end of stage 2. I just think you're going to be bypassed by so many cars that pit under green that your chance of winning the race is basically gone. Now there are cars. I look at Ricky Stenhouse back at 25th, Gilliland at 27th. They topped off, and for them, if they can stay on score stage points, you know, I don't think that's a bad day. They're making something of a day that currently isn't the best, but I think everybody is looking at a green flag pit stop. The question is when. Do you fill it up? How long do you sit there? I'd be interested to see what they all do. That's assuming it runs green, right? You still have 32 laps to go. A yellow would throw a kind of a issue to everybody's plan. Larson around the 54 gives. Pretty interesting to see better cars in the first part of this race.
I would debate that one, Vols. I honestly think, well, right now Briscoe's in clean air, but Briscoe might be second best at the moment to Hamlin.
Right behind McDowell to take a spot to get inside of the top 10. Hamlin's moved forward around Reddick in the 8th.
Yeah, Hamlin trying to track that 9 car.
Chase just takes a spot away from Suarez here as they're battling side by side. You reference Suarez. It's really interesting to look at the team makeup in the top 10 right now. And you put an asterisk on everything because, as we've talked, there's a lot of different strategies out there, and things will continue to settle out as the day goes along. But Team Spire got all 3 of their Chevys.
I still think the best car in the long run right now is that 11 car. And we saw that at the start of the race, and how he ran Larson down from a 2-second lead and pulled out a 2.5-second lead. So I still think the car to beat is that 11. You give him the track position back, and he's gone. Well, the one car that is improving is this 24 car. Saw him during the earlier run where he actually had the best of both his teammates, the 5 and the 9. Slid back a little bit on the last restart.
Who is at the front of each number? So Elliott was last on 17, so he's the leader of that group. We have John Hunter kind of on his own situation, which is fine. Briscoe leading that last on lap 33 group. And that's the best way to look at it. You mentioned it, Adam. We'll figure out.
Well, either way, your strat you're playing right now is you want to pit before the end of this stage. As we saw, the track position game. No question the strat is pitting before the end of the stage. It's a question of when you come and how long you're on pit road too. You're not going to lose a lap here. As long as you're a certain gap from the leader, you're not going to lose a lap here, pitting under green. So,
You need to do while you're trying to guess what others are going to do. As a driver, I just have to be really clear, Dale. Right? Am I looking for full pace? Am I looking for save? How's our car driving?
yeah, I'm telling you, Denny's car is the best on a long run. The way he can just pull up on somebody.
Over the last 20 or 30 minutes, so all of that's going to affect how these cars handle. There's the 9 going by Chastain. Continue to march through the field.
Again, clean air for Nemechek out there, going to run flat. If you're the leaders at this point, obviously different strategy than the guys behind you. And they said this earlier with Larson and Hamlin staying out in the first stage. You want to try to pull as big a lead as you can so it limits how many guys can play that pit before the stage and strategy.
Also battling a cool suit that is not working. Listen to the radio.
So there's cool suit problems.
I don't think it's working. Let's just go ahead and turn that switch off. But remember, your screen will go black for a few minutes, or a few seconds, excuse me. Turn it off.
So Dale Jr., your weather update, very timely. Yes, it is getting cooler here at Pocono, but even on a cool day, is a cool shirt that's not working.
Just ain't going to let Hamlin by.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit warmer. That's some pretty thick material that those shirts are made out of, and if that fluid's not cooling, it's getting warmer like everything else. So it's adding temperature to your core, and it'll just make for a long day. It might be something he can fix inside the car. If not, it'll be a tough day for him.
When is everybody going to make a pit stop? Nemechek leading here at Pocono.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
I suddenly realized that I was no longer driving it conscious, and I was in a different dimension. Just going.
Now we saw them pitting as early as 5 to go in the first stage, and let's see if we see that early pit stops here in this stage.
2 flavors, 1 bag. Jack Link's Duos.
Again, it all depends on the gaps to the leaders and whether you're within a close enough gap to be able to do that. Top 3 are pretty much still nose to tail here: Jones, Nemechek, and Briscoe.
For a limited time, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026
Jalap Logano.
1500 models. Take on new adventures. Make new
And the gap between Jones and Hocevar.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the pros? Or to reach a Reese's? Some might say that is an unfair advantage. But I say, everything happens for a Reese's.
It starts with Celsius. Feel like I feel good about it. I'm gonna need it. I'm training for life.
Reese's.
From after school pickups.
Yeah, it'd be some Reese's.
I don't have time to get ready. I've got to stay ready.
Dawn Patrol starts with a Celsius. I got a whole day to seize. First it's cardio, then it's a race against the clock. Refuel. I've got 48 to do in 24.
It's 4:49 a.m. Grab a Celsius, lock in. I've got a goal to hit and a deck to conquer. A party to be the life of, and all the essential energy I need to do it.
Reese's. How do you pronounce it? Reese's Peanut Butter Cup? I mean, I don't think I've ever heard it any different.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing
race into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program
This is
today at NASCAR.com/fanrewards.
72 laps complete. Nemechek, Briscoe, Jones, the top three at Pocono. And now we look at our burn bar presented by Red Bull.
Got 5 seconds. Almost 5.5, the difference from first to fourth. The top three are right in a group together, then it's another like 5.5 seconds back to fourth.
Around 5 miles a gallon is good fuel here. I believe most of the cars out front here are going to pit under green, but if we go back and look far enough, the 47 of Stenhouse topped off a lap 51. I believe, reading the radios, that he's going to try to stretch it all the way to the end of this stage. So if we look at the comparison on the burn bar, right, we have just over
Jones maybe try to steal a stage win, maybe.
where we're getting almost 6 miles a gallon on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at 6 miles per gallon. I believe he's going to make it all the way to the end of the stage and get those 10 points. You talk about making something out of a day, right? 10 points for the 47 car who's run most of the day outside the top 20 can be a big difference. When they get on that plane to go home, they're going to see a little bit more reward for their efforts here at Pocono.
A race like this can be the land of opportunity. Chase Elliott trying to take advantage, driving to the inside of Eric Jones. We talked about him, 9, got a really good race car. And everybody chasing John Hunter Nemechek, who's led 29 laps today. That's the most in his career in a race. Marty?
Adam, 1 lap ago, Denny Hamlin came on the radio, very short communication, said, quote, "Something feels funny." The crew immediately jumped into action, and then Chris Lambert told Denny, listen, if you can buy us 4 more laps, that would really help us to get into our fuel window. Oddly enough, a few more laps before that, his teammate Chase Briscoe, too, said he had a small vibration on the 19th, so we're going to watch this 11.
Yeah, I was watching him after.
Well, they didn't take two. They correctly. They took 2 tires on the last stops. These guys did. So if they took 2 or took 4, but
54 flat, comparable to Chase Elliott, so he's not slow by any means. Just maybe feeling a little bit of an oddity on this set of tires.
at times Jones actually the quickest car that last lap by. Only car in the 54 or 53 second bracket.
Picked up some of that stuff on the tire. It may take a few laps to clean that off or get that away. And all of these guys are trying to get with that fuel window that Marty's talking about. We have 86 to go. We think they go around, call it 40 or just over. So they need to run a couple more laps.
We're about 5 laps from the official halfway point, lap 80. Again, when it comes to that call, it's either halfway or end of stage 2, whichever gets hit first. In this case, it would be lap 80. Completion lap 80. Flores in. Ooh, Chastain sliding him.
Chastain with the front tires locked up. Be interested to see. And he got down to pit road speed. Trevor, that once smoked the tires.
The one car of Ross Chastain getting tighter there. No rear bite. He's going to come in, start this pit cycle.
Trevor Daniel Suarez on pit road. He said the car was too free during that run. They are going to wait on fuel, so they're waiting on Ryan Sparks to tell him when he can go back out. And we talked about the Hamlin vibration, or the Hamlin feeling funny in the car, and the 19 saying he had a vibration. Carson Hocevar also said a moment ago, I'm worried about my right front. They too asked him to go a little bit longer to get us to our window.
And watch that pit time, 12 seconds for the 7. Remember, they can do 9-second pit stops pretty easy, but you can only
Briscoe.
get 14 gallons of gas in.
Close the gap to Nemechek. Well, Hamlin won stage 1, Mark, and we had a little incident off turn 3 triggered when Hill tried to take 2 spots at once off of turn 3. But the other story today has just been different strategies at the front. Leader's on its own strategy, then you have the 2 cars behind them are on a strategy, and then the cars behind them are on a different strategy. So
I mentioned the one locking up the front tires. He was clean green per NASCAR, no penalty on the one. So nice job by Ross.
yep, Nemechek's coming. Nope.
42 stays on the
Briscoe's coming in.
19 of Briscoe decides to peel off. Nice clean.
See if anybody comes with Briscoe.
We'll see how long this car sit on pit road. He was last on pit road in the 33 lap range.
It's the legacy cars one too.
Might have to wait on fuel a little bit.
Yes, they are. 4 to 5
That Hocevar came with Briscoe.
A moment ago, CBC Carson Hocevar coming down pit road as well. We'll get an eyeball on that right front for Hocevar. Briscoe's been pretty happy with the handling of the car. Just kind of needs a little bit better track position.
Looks like Bowman came with him too. Ooh.
Fuel here for the defending winner here at Pocono the 19. Meanwhile, for the 77, Carson Hocevar said, "I'm good everywhere except turn 1." 2-3 through turn 1.
13.5. That's a long time to be waiting on pit road.
Literally, the tire changer waited on the gas man. Like, we think it's all about changing tires. It was all about the gas man. They didn't want him to unplug any sooner than he needed to. Now we start to see a little bit of a trickle of other cars.
Well, Bumble, they need. They need to get. I think they need to get a dub though to legitimize it. Which today they're having a great day with both cars in the top 5. Nemechek is in. I'll hand the lead to Jones.
Once again, you watch the rear tire changer wait on the gas man. This is all going to be about gas in the car. So now,
A little longer than Briscoe's stop. Again, they needed more fuel.
they want these cars completely full at this point.
Talk about those top 3. Nemechek is out in front of Jones and Briscoe. Briscoe had made the pit stop. Here comes
And there's the race between those two.
makes his exit.
No surprise.
Looks like Briscoe going to leapfrog Nemechek.
Did a really good job only losing that much track position, right? One position on the racetrack, it might cost him 2 or 3.
Jones to pit road now.
The other legacy car now in front of Trevor.
Hands the lead to Elliott. Okay. We'll mark halfway next time by.
Scheduled green flag pit stops. 16 laps to go, stage 2. The top 3 have peeled off. They all wait
About the same amount of time for Jones as Briscoe. They should come out right on top of each other, I would think.
Although it will be closer than the 42. So to fire out the pipes is that he's on the gas. He's up.
Should leapfrog. He might leapfrog his teammate.
Where will the 43 blend with the 42? I think the 42 is going to get him as well with momentum.
I don't know, Steve. I think the 43 is going to leapfrog the 42.
The 42 is going to be behind him. So 43 of Jones leapfrogs his teammate. Once again, though, they were.
So now we wait on the others.
Together. All right, so now these two different plans have merged together. Now we can start taking our attention to the top. Elliott leads, Hamlin second.
The others are going to have to pit before the stage end. It's about a second is the difference in the lead.
Briscoe, the 42 and the 43. So who does it better as we're on board?
Allmendinger in.
Allmendinger, the Celsius on board, Kim.
Yeah, the 16 of AJ Allmendinger, just bad in traffic was the call from him, looking for a little bit more out of that race car.
AJ Allmendinger, top 20 run last week in Michigan. Tremendous anticipation for he and his race team the next couple of weeks as we head to race at Naval Base Coronado, street race next weekend in San Diego, and in 2 weeks' time at Sonoma.
14 laps to go in stage 2.
Chase Elliott is taking over the race lead.
Hamlin about a second difference between him and Elliott.
Their last pit stop at lap 48.
Chase been a little bit quicker than Denny for most of this run. That last lap, though, Denny almost a tenth and a half faster.
Yeah, I think this is where Denny accelerates, is late at these runs, and we saw Denny do this to Kyle Larson in stage 1.
In the 24, back there running equal lap times as well.
Side by side as we go to break. 14 to go in the stage at Pocono.
See if he does it again. See if he does it in stage 2 to Chase. He did it to one Hendrick car in stage 1. Is he going to do it to the other Hendrick car in stage 2? Yeah, he's definitely closing the gap.
New customers save $200 when you add 2 lines. Call or visit Consumer Cellular.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
That's rough. At least with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Like I said, the 11 team has been dynamite on long runs this year, and again, saw it stage 1, and we might see the exact same situation here in stage 2. Although these guys are probably going to end up pit before the stage end too. So
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want.
How about both of them today, Cletus? Not just Jones, but Nemechek as well. Like, you can't. I can't overlook Nemechek too, you know. Denny's there.
Where will your journey take you?
Within essentially 2 car lengths. I see. This is where, if you're Gustafson, I would pull Elliott in. I would pull him into pit road while you're still leading it. Try to leapfrog Hamlin as far as that goes. Because clearly Denny's got the better car on track right now, the way he ran him down.
Run ultra fast? You need an advanced dynamic system. Now the Denbix Motor X tire inflator has one. It shatters industry stereotypes. As portable as the small, as powerful as the large. But that's not all.
No, they got handling. They got the handling. The handling on the long run is so much better than everybody else in the field.
Beyond your imagination.
That's where they're excelling this year.
Redefines your journey.
You look at just long run pace. You got a car that... You show me a guy that has a good car on worn tires, I'm going to show you a guy that's probably going to win a race if we get long runs. Not to mention, yes, this is the racetrack that Denny has more wins than anybody else in the field. 7 times he's been to victory lane here.
On the pit cycle, we're going to have to wait and see how long their stops are, because this also could be, if it's not the lead, it's going to be in the top 5 or 6 when this all cycles around. You see the 11 and the 9 continue to battle.
Well, yeah, the race leader is going to try to stay out as long as they can. That's true. I'm just saying, if you got a car behind you that's running you down, and you know the car behind you is quicker, you know. Well, I said it earlier, Joker. Hammond and Blaney are the only ones with multiple wins here in the field. Everybody else that's won here has only won here once.
With all 3 of those Spire Chevys inside the top 10, Michael McDowell exits the pit lane after making his scheduled stop with 10.
I know, that's why I said, in case you missed what I said. Yeah, I said when they said that, it was like, oh yeah, they're the only ones with multiple wins here. They're in the active cut field. Then you look into the outside here. Trying to see if you can get that run off turn 1. Yep.
Ran down this 9, Chase Elliott. Now we do our burn bar presented by Red Bull.
Try to see who's the standout on the left side of your screen.
Depends on... I don't know about that one, Vols. Depends on how good the car is, because... Again, I look at track position. Before this sequence started, and those 3 cars at the bottom of the screen pitted, they had a 5-second gap to these 2. So I don't know about that one. Honestly, depending on how many stay out, I would keep the track position. I'd rather have the track position versus tires. And there goes Hamlin around Elliott. That's what I've been saying, Steve. I would have jumped to pit road while I was still leading the race, not wait until he passed you. You know, you want to beat him to pit road and get the edge on him there. But now you're behind him. So now he has that gap between the 2 of you. So I would have called him in while he was leading. Why I still had the advantage over Denny. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, if you're going to leapfrog Denny, you got to beat him in the track position game. That's how you're going to beat him. Granted, I think it's a detriment. It depends. It would come down to how many cars are between you and him, because it looks like, as we've seen, he's got that car for the long haul. We've seen it at stage 1. We've seen it now in stage 2. That's 2 examples of it. So
let's see what they do. Whether they let the jack down, they do. They don't really wait much. So that right there, if you go with the Trimble onboard camera, Ryan Preece looking back at the driver. So to Trevor's point about waiting on fuel, there is also the idea that you have the tire changer run around the gas man. That's also, like, in theory, a different play. Like, these teams have maybe 3 or 4 plays that look normal, but there's some nuance about who's priority at the back of the field. And that kind of shows the hand, because he was a lap 48 guy. That tells me that Hamlin, Elliott, Byron, they are not going to be on this pit road as long as those legacy cars were.
Here's Kyle Larson.
Larson to pit road.
Making his scheduled stop. Trevor?
The 5 of Kyle Larson started out the race earlier a little bit tight, but they've over-adjusted. They feel like they're on the other side of it now. Loose on
Hill's in with him. Zilich. Not that Zilich really is a factor, but
Let's see, this right here might be everything the 11 and the 9 need to say. You see the 5 waiting a little bit on gas. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, the 9 of Chase Elliott.
3.2.
The 9 has a little bit of a judge trying to
Ooh, both to pit road.
maybe a car length, but I'll admit Denny Hamlin did a really nice job on pit road. Now, pit crews. Not really tire changes, Kim. This should be how good the fuel man can get the gas in the car.
Which pit crew is better? And we've seen 12.5 or 13.5 was the Larson. Oh, no, that was by design. I think waiting on the fueler. Lot longer stop than I expected for the 9 group, especially when Larson's crew rattled the 12.5. But damn, Hamlin, I didn't like the right rear. Good stop though, 13.8.
And on the racetrack, the legacy cars, including Chase Briscoe, use those fresher tires to absolutely jump in front of these guys. So the pit stops much quicker on these 2 cars. 2.5 to 3 seconds, kind of comparing as a general.
But that's going to be the battle for the lead at the moment once everybody stops, is these 3.
So they use those fresher tires. Now the problem these 3 have is in 5 laps, we're going to get the green and white checkered. The field's going to be bunched up. They're going to have a hard time holding off those fresher tires. But great pit calls, great pit work by Legacy, giving their guys a chance. Kim.
And Ryan Blaney coming to make his stop on pit road. Already to the left side, those 4 fresh tires going on. Just a little tight in 1, but turn 3.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Hill has a knack for that type of racing too, Mark. So
Early mishap on their pit stop. You see him waiting on fuel. Just needs a little bit better entry.
So now the real question is
Blaney
who's
gives it on and off.
4 to go. Cindric, Bell, Gilliland, Wallace. Gilliland, I believe, is trying to stretch it. Is Cindric or Bell going to try to steal some stage points? 4 laps, 10 miles. I mean, that's a long ways to go. And remember, after you see the green and white checker, you got to coast around, pick up the pace car, run another caution lap. You don't want to run out under caution. So who's coming to pit road right
And
here?
Cindric's going to come here.
Do it with 3 to go in the stage.
20's going to follow him
See,
on pit road
yep,
as
Bell's
well.
going to follow him and hands the lead, I believe, to Todd Gillen. Hi, Todd. Hi, Todd.
And we'll watch Austin Cindric's stop. He didn't really have many complaints. He did note they fired off well. Earlier he was firing off a little snug, so they alleviated that problem. They will take a second can. You see that second can going in and waiting on fuel.
You see Christopher Bell, Kim, coming down pit road. Now remember, Bell has really run from about 15th to 25th all day long. So we'll see the strategy for Adam Stevens and where it nets out this 20 car. Bell said I need to be tighter all the way around. So let's see if he gains a little bit of contradiction as they win on fuel.
We'll update the running order as we see it at the end of this stage. Now the big question, Dale, is Gillen, does he have enough fuel or enough speed?
Yeah, Briscoe just got around the 47 of Stenhouse. So does
It's going to come down to Gillen versus Briscoe. We'll come to 2 to go, and pit road will close.
Coming to 2 laps to go, going to try to run down this 34.
Think about Briscoe and the slow start to the year points-wise for this 19
The defending race winner
currently in the chase, right? Came in at the 13th
is the leader on his strategy.
We've heard the crew chief say to have a great chance, you think you want to be up inside that top 5 or top 6 in points at the reset. This would be a huge points bonus if Briscoe could win this stage.
2.5 seconds back. He was about 8 tenths quicker that lap.
I think Vic Gilliland was saving a little gas because he just picked up some pace, right? He was in the 55, so...
Well, it's going to come down to track position versus... I think it's going to come down to track position versus pace, to be honest. Hamlin, I think, has a great race car. But again, if somebody gets a track position on him, can he make that gain? Now, we've seen him run down both Hendrick cars at the end of... In 2 of these stages on a long run. But can he run down, further up than that? That's going to be the question. Last lap, stage 2. Todd Gilliland out front.
Steve Gilliland runs a 54.20. Briscoe 7/10 back at a 53.50. Not going to be enough. Only a 1.5 seconds back. Yeah, great call by Chris Lawson on the box for this 34 car, trying to give him driver an opportunity for highlight in the day. Like, these guys spend so much time, 20th, 25th, 27th.
I think he's going to hold them off.
Stage point. He's only scored 19 stage points all year, so to score 10 stage points is just a monster day for this 34 car.
Todd Gilliland looking for his first ever stage win. 34 knows a thing or two about winning at... no, it was the 38 that won here. When Busher won. No, it was the 34. Yeah, it was the 34. Todd Gilliland wins stage 2. Briscoe, then the legacy cars. Stenhouse, Chastain, host of our Suarez teammates, and then Hamlin and Elliott.
And one guy who won is Tyler Reddick, our points leader. So a few more stage points, chipping away at that lead for getting Hamlin.
Another gain to the lead for Hamlin.
And I was going to say that 9 and 11 cycled back further than I thought, but they're going to have much fresher.
I thought that was the... No, I thought that was the black car. The black and red one that won here with Busher.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s for type 2 diabetes.
And I'm the pill version of Ozempic.
Yes, which should be kept in its actual bottle. Great, but why does she get a spotlight? Well, she joined the Ozempic family. Very exciting.
Yep. For adults with type 2 diabetes, I can help lower blood sugar. And if you're also at high risk for major cardiovascular events like heart attack, stroke, or death, I'm FDA approved to lower your risk.
Well, it's cool, but check this out.
Wow. How'd you do that?
I know a guy. Spotlight guy. Spotlight guy.
There's a pill version of Ozempic. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles.
I'm going to play it different than this time. I thought about doing Denny versus the field, but I think that might be too wide open. So let's do this one like last week.
Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms.
Let's do this one like last week. Hamlin won stage 1, Gilliland just won stage 2, Mateo, and only real one big incident. Hill tried to force a 3 wide off of turn 3 that collected a couple of cars. Other than that, the story of the day has just been strategies, and which strategy is going to work out and put you in the right track position spot.
Because mastery isn't about where you start, it's about how you train. Fuel the road, own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
You ain't turning my runway into a racetrack.
Your best guys against mine. Winner takes runway? see you in my rear view.
NASCAR on Prime is presented by Metabo. Get it, get with it at Metabo HP Power Tools. Make, move, go. IMS Healthcare, designed.
Well, you got a couple cars to pit road, even though pit road is closed.
Logitech G, official wheel and pedal of NASCAR.
Got some onboards out there today that we want to cover. The Toyota Racing in-car cam for Denny Hamlin. Also the 17 of Christopher Buescher. We got the BuildSubmarines.com 360 camera inside. Joe Logano and the 22 Hunt Brothers Pizza camera. Another cam here. They're working on this car. William Byron, the 24, the Andrew 360 camera. And Tyler Reddick, the number 45 Toyota Racing, another 360 in his car. Giving us some great shots today. Thank you to all our camera operators down there in the TV compound. Good. Great work.
You're an onboard specialist.
I enjoy doing this, man. It's fun. I got to run the onboards one time during a race. Back in my driving days, during one of the O'Reilly races, I went into the truck and got to run the onboard. It's actually tougher than it is.
Hey, speaking of O'Reilly, congratulations to you. Oh, win yesterday for Justin Allgaier.
It was. I've, I got a couple girls that are 5 and 8, and Nicole and Isla. They didn't see my racing career, but it was cool because Justin said if we win, we'll give one of them a ride around the car. So Nicole got the luxury of doing that yesterday.
It was awesome. It was great to see. It was
I'm
happy.
gonna say you probably were gonna see a couple of guys that stayed out there in the pit here, but not surprised to see the guys that stayed. I think from this point I think it's a one-stop race, maybe two.
Todd Gilliland, very complimentary of Chris Lawson for kind of how they manage stage 2. He's been struggling with traffic, but they get that stage win. Now they're going to pay the penalty, waiting on all that fuel for our stage 3.
And now the final stage on the way in Pocono. The man that won here last year out front now, Chase Briscoe.
Yep. The man out front is the man who won this race last year.
was established in 1948.
All started when two brothers perfected that citrus kiss.
I'll take 100.
Tasting great since 48.
As the Gillen pitted, so that's not right. We gotta wait for that to cycle.
Of every race. With endless determination and grit. All of your hard work.
Yeah, pretty much I believe it's a one-stop race now, so it's a matter of when you make that last pit stop.
3 medicines in 1 inhaler. Learn more at BreastTree.com.
You play by the rules. Then things happen. Prices keep climbing. Every month, a new expense. And the debt adds up. So how do you face it? It starts with a call, then a plan. At National Debt Relief, we'll negotiate with your creditors so you pay less than you owe. And just like that, you're back on track. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Because of how key track position is, I think it's going to come down to when you make that stop under green, and you gotta be.
Change happens fast.
If you wait and a caution comes out, you're screwed. You're going to lose your track
$50 a
position.
month for 5 years with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Ever since we hired
How do you beat Denny Hamlin? I could see a situation where you get the track position over him. That might be the way you do it. Is to play the track position game. as we've seen, restarts have been kind of a little fun. So we're probably gonna get what 59 or so to go. We're gonna get the green.
Getting ready for the final stage here at Pocono.
Hey, Eric Cartman.
Alongside NASCAR driver Corey LaJoy. Bit breezy here.
And Cartman from South Park.
Ride and some free entertainment here. Before we get you back to the booth, Todd Gilliland, winner of stage 2. What do you make so far of this
Authority. I can't do a good Cartman. I know somebody who could do a good Cartman, but buddy of mine that I've basically started out. We first ran into each other playing NASCAR 07 online, NASCAR 06 and 07 online, and date myself with that one. I always seem to date myself, you know.
To try to turn not only that car around here to Pocono, but then get ready to San Diego. So we don't talk about enough how hard it is.
I was running about 20 laps. So the fuel window, I think, is further than 20 laps, Joker. And that's about 20 laps from now.
So kudos, Todd Gill and Chris Loss from that 34 team.
Talking about strategy, it always comes into play. Do you 3-stop it? Do you 4-stop it? We have 2 strategies happening now. Chase Briscoe and the Legacy cars versus the 9 of Chase Elliott and the 11
Which would be about 30 to go. Then. If you split that in half, it's about 30, roughly about 30 to go.
Well, if I had Stevie's little pen to draw on the screen right there, I'd be circling row 3, that 9 car versus the 11. You've got a couple guys on different strategies, but the race for the win, I believe, is...
I don't know. The one car I've seen that's been able to make up gaps in traffic has been Denny Hamlin. But that's the question I want to see here.
Chase Elliott has a win here, Adam Alexander, in 2022. 4 straight top 10s.
Well, I told you that one, Bumble. I told you that one.
Nice assist by you, by the way.
I was a little worried that something was going to change when circle was going to move, but I was doing my best up here. There's been a lot going on. What you need to know now is there's going to be 59 to go. We take the green flag.
59 to go, 1 stop.
The real question is how long the stop
It's just when. When and how long. And if we get a caution, how's that jumble things, you know?
You look right here on the left-hand side, fuel remaining, right? There's a big difference between Suarez and Hamlin. Now, it's not that Suarez can't get to where he needs to get to. He's just going to have to put more gas in on the stop.
Yeah, I remember watching Sion's videos when it was the GRL. That's really dating myself. That's how I originally started following his channel before I ended up joining over there. I watched his old GRL races, which was what the Master Cup Series was before it was the Master Cup Series. Let's go Nemechek. Let's see what happens. 59 laps to go in Pocono. Defending race winner is the leader. Good shove from Jones, too. He's going to get him clear of Nemechek. Which key the Hamlin versus Elliott strategy. Look at Denny through the middle. 3 wide. Denny's going to take second on that restart. Damn, Denny. Damn, Denny. Hamlin from 6th to 2nd in 1 corner. Bye-bye.
3 wide again, Larson to the inside.
Wow. That's all I can say. 6th to 2nd in 1 corner. And it was all on that restart. The good shot that Jones gave to Briscoe cleared the outside. Hamlin followed that outside and went from 6th to 2nd in 1 corner. Reddick's going to get a couple here.
Great move by Reddick to grab a spot. Closing in on the 7 of Suarez.
That's the battle for 7th on track. Suarez continues to impress.
Just don't beat themselves. I mean, they've got the car to do it. They just don't need to beat themselves. Larson 3 wide with Blaney and McDowell.
Larson was 3 wide with these two guys just a lap ago. Finally going to get that done there.
He does make it work.
Here comes Priest to the inside. He's going to join this.
Larson after Reddick.
Five on the move, final stage. Up to 9th in the running order. You mentioned Priest. Needs a good day.
He's getting forced out of the groove there.
The 17 of Busher, but somehow lost.
Tell you what, he had that incident earlier, but Hill knocking on the edge. They're just outside the top 10. Best run we've seen out of that bunch in their stretch of races. Ooh, Larson, Suarez. Here comes Reddick. Uh-oh.
Still debating whether he's got a tire issue on that right side. He's going to stay out here.
Reddick feeling something in that 45. Thinks it's a tire now, but seems like it might be okay now.
Hamlin has picked up 12 stage points. We talk about that battle for the regular season championship. Hamlin has made up almost 80 points in the last 3 races and doing some damage again here today.
We talked about the 9 and the 11 starting on that same row together on this restart. Hamlin's made better progress up to 2nd. Chase just now getting into 4th place. Byron right here in the 24 car. I like the speed in the 24 that I've seen today. Denny's the best car. I think Chase and Byron seem to show the best speed comparable to him. Oh, we got a car loose on the right front tire wheel. So this is the 62.
Mears lost, I believe, is that the right rear or right front? Right front.
Yeah, wheel missing. Wheel come loose, hits the brakes, hits the rotor, and cut the wheel in half, and it separates and then comes out. You know,
that wasn't any fun.
There you go. That's what half a wheel looks like.
Gets caution of the day.
So the wheel comes loose, and then it's cut in half by the brake rotor as it's trying to exit the race car.
This is a big break for John Hunter Nemechek because we heard about that 3 seconds worth of fuel he needs. I just want to, it's 2 parts. He does need more fuel, but the reason that number is so big is because they're over 1 can. So if he can save a lot here on the yellow, maybe he can get it down to 1 can. Oh, pretty good wall contact as well from here. We saw the wheel come off. I didn't know he hit the wall as well, but it was a combo platter for the 62.
Salvage combo platter.
Crown Nuggets are back at Burger King, and you're never too old to get your crown on. Let kids rule with the $3.99 kids meal, or get the 8-piece for you.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. From rapid pump jacks to mechanics tool sets.
They kind of got an uphill battle going against the 11 and the 9. But you got 2 bullets in the chamber. And both those bullets are running in the top 3, so... Well, John Hunter has never won a cup race, and Eric Jones, it's been a minute. Southern 522 was his last Cup Series win.
Depend on it for everything, and I can back it all up better than anybody. You can do anything this summer with a great deal at the Ram Make This the Summer sales event, because nothing stops Ram.
During the
a Ram, make this the summer event. Purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
Without T-Mobile 5G home internet, this place is spooky.
Relax. Now you can get T-Mobile 5G home internet with same-day delivery. Nothing to be scared of. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet delivered the same day. Powered by DoorDash.
What if I told you this old man is NASCAR Cup champion Ryan Blaney?
Oh my God, that's Blaney.
We'll see if I get caught. I'm wondering if any of the drivers will be here.
Can I get in? Fine. Can I do it? Not for me.
Come on, Grandpa. It's the gas pedal. Believe in yourself. Oh my God. He's drafted. Come on, God save the queen.
I need to watch that. I think I need to watch that.
Just over 50 laps
Some point.
coverage on Prime, presented by Metabo HPT. And now we do our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Dale Jr.
Yeah, I like to tell everybody. We've said that Denny's the guy to beat. Let's tell people who we think might be able to do that. And that's this 9 car of Chase Elliott. They've just had the speed to be able to match this 11. On the long run, though, is where this 9 car needs to improve to be able to
Yep.
beat Denny Hamlin today.
How about his teammate, Kyle?
I think you give Elliott an equal shot to Hamlin, but Hamlin's just so much better on the long run that that's where the advantage still falls in the 11's court. Short run, I think they're about equal, but long run, I think Hamlin's clearly got the pace.
He's trying to win 3 in a row for the first time in his career. He's in the 50-50 club, 50 poles, over 50 wins. I mean, that's very impressive. Career pole number 51 yesterday. Got a stage victory, why not? I just like Denny Hamlin.
If Hamlin were to win today, he would take sole possession of 9th all time. He would surpass Kyle today if he wins today.
And he said, I need a lot more turn if you're going to put me in traffic. And unless there's a ton of caution with 53 to go, they cannot make it to the end. Christopher Bell also taking this opportunity to pit. And this kind of opens up maybe a little bit of a window for some strategy plays later on, but unlikely to be able to make it to the end of the race from here.
Of those that came down to pit lane, Bowman, the first off.
What's the point breakdown? I'm surprised that Ford's got an equal shot of Chevrolet with the way people are betting. I would have thought that Chevrolet and Toyota would be the clear runaways on the prediction. I'd be curious to know those that actually went with option 2 of Ford. Who's your horse here then?
One cut, one nail at a time.
The highest running Ford at this point is Buescher in 7th.
So get to it with Metabo HPT.
Who does have a win here?
I've doubted myself more times than I can count. Heard every opinion. Read every
Tire came off the 62. Right front wheel came loose on the 62, and that's what brought the yellow out.
It's about why you're racing, who you're racing for. And when you realize that, you take control of your story.
I expect the legacy cars to line up nose to tail here, which is going to be interesting because that'll put Denny and Chase together.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't worry, Brad. The half car is in good hands.
Nice ride.
Thanks. I stole it.
New customers save $200 when you add 2 lines. Call it.
Well, no, I was more or less asking whoever put the channel points on Ford what their reasoning was. I was curious. Because outside of Gillen winning the stage on strategy, I really haven't seen the Ford show up today. So that's why I was kind of like surprised that there was points put on Ford, and that there was more points put on Ford than Chevrolet. Mears did, CJ, 62.
Hamlin, the rookie, starts on the pole, falls to 40th, then wins. He sweeps at Pocono.
It's a very difficult week for Denny Hamlin. He lost his grandmother a couple days ago.
Yeah, just think of my mom right now.
And here comes Denny Hamlin, and he will post his 4th win.
Denny Hamlin is going to be the spoiler today. Denny Hamlin is going to tie Jeff Gordon with 6.
Again, the 5 hard at the wall.
They can boo my rock out here in a few years.
7 wins, the most of any driver.
And now our FanDuel race check.
Yeah, no surprise.
Not real much, Hamill. Gillett actually won stage 2 on strategy. But really, we're just waiting to see how this stuff sorts itself out right now.
Very good. And John Hunter Nemechek, these cautions are helping their situation on fuel. One more yellow.
We have 51 to go. Going to get 50 to go on the restart. Well, it takes the top with the legacy cars. Interesting. Surprised Elliott would, because of the race between him and Hamlin. I'm surprised he didn't elect to take the low side. Tried to take Hamlin 3 wide into 1. Strategy. Strategy, Hamlin. The way the strategies worked out, the legacy cars ended up actually ahead of Hamlin, and Hamlin's had to try to get the lead back from him.
3 straight races is one of those. Could it happen today? And who has the right strategy? Still a lot of confidence in the 11.
We'll see what happens. 50 to go as we get this restart.
Good all day despite qualifying 23rd. We actually felt like the team in general was overlooked yesterday. Crew chief Alan Gustafson saying we were in Group 1. The track was slick. Nobody was paying attention to us, but we were very confident in our car. In fact, they were the only team I talked to who felt good about their car in all 3 corners. The one thing I do want to note is the leader said they needed a little something down the long run. I have heard them say nothing about the car. Chase has said it's good. Alan has said it's good. So I don't expect any changes to get them better to compete with Hamlin. Trevor.
Kyle Larson with a
That means they're going to have to because they don't have the long run pace that Hamlin does.
I'd love to change that today, but Daniel said if you want to beat these guys in front of you, you're going to have to stay within 3.5 seconds of the cars that are on a different cycle.
Which Chase, Hamlin? You got both of them up here, Briscoe and Elliott. Which one?
Lose some grip, kind of back to typical Pocono for him, which Marty reported earlier this week hasn't been great for Kyle Larson.
So much stress on the pit boxes down the stretch. Let's get Denny Hamlin radio restarting from the inside lane.
And Briscoe's had definitely a day today too, kind of like last year. You know, when he started his momentum run, it seems like into the playoffs started here last year. So 50 to go. Nemechek and Hamlin. But you get the teammates lined up outside. So teammates outside, teammates inside. I don't know. The Gibbs cars were a little better together there off the initial start. See who pulls down here in a 1. Expect Hamlin to maybe send it here. Oh, he's got it. Hamlin to the point. Briscoe going to try to take 3rd, but Jones holds him off at the moment.
Yeah, not a good sign for the rest of the field to see that 11 car up front.
Hamlin out front.
Pretty wide here for around 10 through the tunnel. Breeze way up there against the wall.
P4, Hamill. Reddick has been hanging around top 10. He's not quite had the pace of Hamlin today, but he's been hanging around top 10. And Bubba was involved in it, the incident turn 3 when Hill tried to force a 3 wide. Caused a little mess off turn 3. He forced SVG into Barry. Barry hit the wall and it created mayhem.
Austin Hill trying to make it 3 wide. He hasn't spent a lot of time on the racetrack with Chastain. Every time
gears to understand that.
Did he win a race in that car?
Oh, the 12 into the wall. He's not going to be happy. He's not going to be
The Kings Hawaiian car?
Chastain got onto his inside, made him a little bit tight there. Got him into the fence. Chastain wisely gets behind this 12. So Chastain up the racetrack, using a lot of racetrack right there. Ryan's got a right to be upset.
Ooh, he brushed it.
Contact wasn't as bad as it looked the first time by. I believe the 12 is going to be okay.
It's worrisome though. When you do that, don't want to be doing that.
12. Chastain's never finished inside the top 10 here at Pocono. This is the back half of the field here. Some of the hardest racing you'll see in the field is around for these positions.
Now, you get late in the race, that's when you start to see that too. You know, you got to run, you got to almost run that guy out of racetrack though.
You got Suarez back there racing with Hocevar. Yeah, I've been surprised that Hocevar hadn't had a better day. I thought, ran good here last year, expected there to be speed.
Hamill, I know you're a hill defender, but
For whatever reason, they just haven't been able to find the track position today. I don't really know that he doesn't have a fast car. They just haven't been able to work their way forward. See the advantage for Hamlin. 2.5 seconds over Nemechek. And I will say that even though Nemechek lost the top spot on the restart, staying connected, running second, just doing all you can to keep contact with the front will help you when things cycle later on and you make that final pit stop.
God, Denny's almost pulled a 2-second lead on Nemechek too. I mean, I'm telling you, that car is just dynamite.
Crazy how he's
Dynamite fast.
over the last several weeks.
And I'm guilty. Corey said it in the pre-race, Dale. I think you mentioned it. After the first 5 or 6 races of the season, I didn't think there was a conversation about who's going to win the regular season and have the most points heading into
Yeah.
the chase.
If Hill would have played nice, him and his teammate would have battled for. Wow, look at the.
This was the checkered flag.
Look at that.
There's a lot to make of that right now because
Look at that.
that is including all the points that come with a victory, right? And so that
If it stays as it is, look at that.
out front right now.
Denny Hamlin was 122 points back leaving Charlotte. That's incredible. That's to steal Kyle Petty's line. That's incredible. I don't know, Hamlin. I can't. I think this is the track that Denny has his most wins at, 7. I don't think he has as many anywhere else except here. Now, he's got multiple, obviously, at Martinsville and Richmond, but I think this is the track he has the most at. 7 here.
A little battle right here. Wallace, Bowman. Oh, Bowman's going to get that spot. 22nd, 23rd on.
Hey, you'd have to double check the stats, but if I'm right, Hamlin's most wins are here.
Let's go back to the front. Do our Napa know-how?
Dude, the one that might be comparable might be Richmond. I don't think Martinsville has as many as Richmond. I think Richmond he might have more.
About a couple tenths faster than Nemechek there. Run a 53.60. Nobody's in the 60s. There were a bunch of cars in the 70s right there in the top 10. But the best car on the racetrack, plus clean air, in control of the race.
Yeah, Denny's never won Miami.
To lose, honestly.
Actually, no. Denny does have one. It's 2013. Duh.
Hamlin leads Nemechek by 2 seconds. Briscoe, Elliott, Jones, the rest of the top 5.
Jack Links presents.
Well, check his career win total with Richmond, because that's the only one I think that might be comparable to Pocono. And I still think Pocono, he's got more.
Jack Links duos.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old. What have you started?
Yeah, that's right, because he won one in 2020. Jones around Elliott.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Chevy
Oh,
Silverado
they-
drivers will do a lot in the next 5 years. For their families, for their communities. And here's one thing they won't do. Pay interest on their
Yep, including 2019, the race that got him into the championship for that year.
5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models.
Yeah, there was.
Take on new adventures. Make new memories. And leave the
I thought there was in 2020. It was earlier in the year, though.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP.
Yep, guys to pit road for the last stops.
Look, it's pancakes.
There was. I thought there was, but I thought it was early in the year for Homestead. Yeah, I remember. I was rewatching the highlights of the iRacing stuff the other day because they had the radioactive from those.
Don't miss your chance to collect cash prizes on your way to an all-new destination where you could take home $1 million. The official lottery game of
Nope,
NASCAR is
not interested.
Powerball. The chase to $1 million starts now.
It's my understanding that you no longer work for the CIA. That's my understanding too.
Yeah. So, like I said, I knew Pocono was the track he had the most wins at. He's looking for number 8 today.
Civilian my ass.
Getaway and Ghost War, rated R, now streaming on Prime Video.
Look at this. Team pit stop. Team pit stop. All three of them to pit road at the same time. Doesn't matter. The stat sheet says Pocono's his best with 7 wins, and he's looking for 8 today. I would argue he has some great runs at Kansas too.
Slow, it looks like on the left side of the 5.
Yeah, Byron also leads the 9 and the 5.
Yeah, Biffle and Carl, I think each have what, 3 apiece.
These guys are going to want to work
With Tony.
together, though. They don't want to get side by side. The idea of coming right now is to get the freshest tires on this car. If yellow comes out, that'd be good for these guys as well. But get fresh tires on and try to match the 11 speed as best you can. Here comes the 42.
Well, they're going to lose the position to Nemechek here.
He's going to get around the 9. Just those couple laps of fresher tires working. William Byron's going to have to be defensive right here, though. Stay in front of Nemechek. What a race.
Well, Roush, you look at Roush as a whole. Roush won the finale at Homestead from 04 through 08. 3 straight with Biffle, 04, 05, and 06. Kenseth in 07, and Edwards in 08. Oh yeah, and I forgot 09, that's right. Denny won 09. Denny's 09 chase was kind of underrated. If he had a little more consistency, he might have been a bigger threat for the title in 09.
Dow's had a good day. It cycled up inside the top 10.
That's what kind of springboarded his run into 2010.
Green flag pit stops began.
Here comes the leader.
Yep, June race. June race of 05.
It's all about execution. Denny can't speed. Team has to get the car full. And then we will see where
Race ended under yellow.
Compared to Byron. He should be fine. He had a big enough lead pre-cycle. But a lot of moving parts in a pit cycle, Marty. The 11 in front of you.
Remember NASCAR Live's the Denny Hamlin's
Right.
pit crew has been absolutely on it lately.
They nail a stop here, could put him in a position.
Final stop of the day. Denny, after that restart, was able to stretch out the lead, showing that strength of this 11 car on the longer run. Clean stop so far, and they said we're
Clean stop.
on the jack. So as soon as it drops, I can tell
Okay, look at the pit time. 9.5. Comparing him to Byron, because Byron is the highest running of those that have already pitted, and easily going to be Hamlin.
Now it's whose car is better. 38 laps to go.
Easily going to be Denny.
Have enough gas to make it, unless there was a miscalculation.
Tell you what, Nemechek though. You stop cycle around, Nemechek could be sit P2 here.
Yeah, I was going to say, not the battle for the lead right now.
And top 15 still have to make one more pit stop, so.
We stay conventional here. Top 15 cars yet to make a pit stop. Steve talks about those that still must get their service.
We'll just run a couple laps.
Banana. You're not gonna say that when we say minions. Banana.
We've kind of talked about throughout the day is a car that looked relatively competitive, maybe a top 3 car. Well, now he has clean air as well. We'll see if he can match.
I still remember the teaser. I think it was for the second one, and they had the minions doing Bob Rand, but singing Banana.
That's an option. Maybe they're just trying to be safer for in case we have some overtime. So there's a few schools of thought.
Larson got around his teammate.
He was last on pit road at 107, right? You see.
Trying to see if he can hunt Nemechek.
So Suarez, maybe he's thinking 2 tires, maybe some gas only. So I think there could be some movement through this pit cycle. I don't think anything's going to cycle somebody in front of the 11, but still 36 laps to go. A caution would change absolutely everything.
Looked like Larson was in position to maybe make a move on the legacy car there, the 42 John Hunter Nemechek, but couldn't quite get the job done. Just maybe a little more speed right now in that 5 car.
Yeah, saw that news. Oh wait. I don't really was too familiar with his work though. Know the name, but I know the name and know he was a comedian, but
Across the board, the game plan coming in is one thing, but to be able to go out and do it and have the speed in the race car and all those things, they're checking all the boxes here today.
Travis Mack trying to find every advantage.
probably if not for Carson Hocevar, Nemechek probably had a good run going last week.
We talked about the Kings at the beginning of this, right? Like
Nemechek.
What is most important? And we kind of joked about speed, but what the 42 is proving is you could call it a good race, but you have to have speed. You just can't put your car out there and hope. And the 42 is.
Well, we'll see. There might be some different strategy plays. We'll see.
One thing that we've celebrated with Legacy over the last several weeks is they've found consistency, and we talked about it on our pre-race show, where the information being shared across the board with all the Toyotas seems to be finally getting to the Legacy team, or they're starting to finally utilize it and get the information and need it, and see it help them on the racetrack. So it's really impressive to see the collaboration across all the
I think we're going to be finished by then, Joker.
go out there and put all those cars on the racetrack.
We stay green, and we're finishing by. Weather's not going to be an issue.
Take note, they're going to start to try to emulate what's working across the board for all the organizations that drive the Toyota banner.
Just over 30 laps to go at Pocono. Reddick still out front.
Nope, I did not.
For the 17th time.
He's got to get around Hamlin.
That's how you become the legend.
Denny Hamlin and Byron are both ahead of him on the same strategy group. Right now, the way this race is, the cars ahead of Hamlin still have to pit. There might be some guys that try to stretch it, but I don't know if they can make it. Hamlin is the first one we know that can make it. It's the highest of those that we can't know for sure can make it to the end of the race.
All started with 2 brothers perfecting that citrus kick. You guys got the cold ones? Got a minute? An American original, tasting great since 40 years.
And there it was, the first great American yell, echoing like a sonic boom across history. This country didn't tiptoe onto the world stage. Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say? Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, and loud we trust.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
NASCAR Prime heads to a classified location in San Diego? Buckle up, buddy. You gotta be kidding me! We're racing on Naval Base Coronado, the first time in NASCAR history.
We can do what we love because of our military heroes.
This is uncharted territory, even for you, Junior. One for the troops. Count me in, boys.
Stream the Andrew 250 live from San Diego next Sunday. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
With no power comes no responsibility. Nicolas Cage's Spider Noir. All episodes available now on Prime Video. And aerial coverage today at Pocono is presented by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street. Heading toward 30 laps to go.
Reddick still out on the racetrack leading, running 53.7s. Denny Hamlin in 11th. First car who's
So now there's 10 cars.
3.6s, so
30 to go.
Reddick's running pretty solid lap times to have been out there on these tires as long as they have. We talked earlier in the day about how tires really didn't have
Most of our in now.
Reddick trying to take advantage.
So that'll leave 9 cars out there. Custer in as well. They'll use 8.
Tire at the end will give them opportunity to be aggressive. Marty.
Carson Hocevar gives up a top 10 spot, Dale Jr., and comes to pit road here. You asked the question a moment ago, what's been going on with the 77? The longer they run, the tighter that car gets. Hocevar said several times, I need to keep...
Last road course win for Elliott was Road America 21.
Frustrating too when a car just migrates tight because there's not a lot you can do. You just got to slow down, let the front tires do their work.
29 to go. We are commercial free through the checkered flag on Prime.
Well, it's also because his car has the Prime sponsorship Rally 2 port. As much as it is obviously the popularity of Elliott, but I think it's also the fact that he has the Prime sponsorship on his car, which the network is Prime as well.
But still about a 3-second difference between the two cars. Christopher Bell 6th right now, Marty.
Yeah, everybody thinks Denny Hamlin, his teammate, is the one in the catbird seat here at Pocono with 29 to go. But what are Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens cooking up? Listen in.
Really good, man. Keep doing that. We're going to stretch this thing.
Hey!
Fantastic. Good mileage and good speed.
20 team.
Stevens, we're going to quote stretch this thing.
And keep in mind, I mentioned it earlier today because they had Brad on the pre-race. Guys winning after being injured. Or while racing and winning while being injured.
I think this could just get us some track position. Remember, they run pretty much from 20th to 25th today with Bell and that broken left.
We'll see.
So taking a little bit of a risk here to see if they can stretch it and gain some track position, net out better.
Right now, he's got about a not quite, maybe 13.5-second lead over his teammate. The moment.
Everybody at full song, you're going to see 5 O's, 5 1s, even Reddick down there at 4.8 because he has burning some gas running those laps. But right there in the middle at 5.6, you're going to see.
I don't know.
Quite the 6.0 I think he needs to average, but
I don't know.
This is just the last 3
well,
laps.
he's
So you kind of get it when you can.
kind of got nothing to lose at this point, right?
Moments when you find a car you're catching, you draft a little bit, and he probably figures he can get to maybe 10 to go and then really judge where his position is on the racetrack and decide.
Not to mention that guy in the pit box.
The other thing is you can
Pretty smart guy. He won 2 Cup championships, you know.
towards the end.
Adam Stevens.
You'll have fresh tires for the restart. There's a lot of options still for the 20. Battle right here between the 44 and the 33. Austin Hill doing a really nice job in his car. I know a couple of these last restarts have cost him some positions, but just a big difference from the O'Reilly car to this Cup car.
Yeah, he's had good speed in practice, qualified pretty decent, Austin Hill. And I think he's ran well in the race. To be honest with you, maybe
Yeah, it's his teammate just ahead of him. I couldn't quite see the car, but it might be his teammate just ahead of him.
It's going to get better and better.
Yeah, it is.
Each week as he gets more time in the car, he's having to do be a full-time race car driver times 2. He's doing sim work for both O'Reilly and for the Cup stuff. Probably way more sim work than most guys are doing.
That's why I think it's glad, Joker, that his first race back was here and not one of the road courses.
The post-race meetings, the pre-race meetings, all week long. So
Well, track position is still going to be king, Bumble. It doesn't matter. The guys that are out there are going to stay out there because track position is still king. I don't think you're going to see like the likes of Hamlin, Byron, Larson, Elliott, Pitt again.
very easy decision for Richard Childress Racing. Runs like today, I think, is what you need to do. You don't not really worried about the finishing position. It's your speed, right? Yeah, that's right. Where the raw speed is, and if we can execute, learn how to execute better. Here's the leader coming to pit road.
Ooh, late commitment.
Stop 25 laps to go.
45 of Tyler Reddick decided to gamble and get some
Walking man. Chastain locked him up.
We'll see if this pays off on the back end of the run as they have fresher tires than everyone else. We'll see him hit his box here for tires and fuel. Ross Chastain coming in right behind him, 2 stalls back from him as you see him enter the stream. Ross Chastain has been building free and he asked for a small chassis adjustment, which you know Steve might slow down that pit stall a little bit.
Yeah, you see 9.7 on Reddick, 9.0 for Chastain.
And here, Bumble, I don't think the tires that make that big a difference. Unless you got a car like Denny Hamlin, I don't think the tires are going to make that big a difference. Although Denny might have a challenge here. That 24 car is getting quick.
To your point, Steve, I think that the Byron car is on par, but as we know, we get deep into the long run.
Then you might have a new challenger here.
To make the magic that it tends to do. The gap is closing just a little bit.
And you know the problem with this place, or the challenge is maybe a better word. You catch a lap car in the wrong time.
Then again, Denny's already had to outrace 2 Hendrick cars today, the 9 and the 5. What's another one, right? What's another one he's got to outrace, right?
We're coming down to the end of the stage. Larson's leading. They come up on Casey Mears. Dirty air affected the 5, allows the 11 to get by. Happens here a lot. It's happened today.
I want to believe that 24 can get up there and make a race out of it, but we just don't know. Denny's really, really smart. Unlike David Pearson, he's going to push as hard as he needs to.
We'll see.
Probably got a lot more.
We're going to have 22 to go this time.
Right now. 54 is on pit road.
Gibbs in.
That's right. Early in the run,
Ooh, slid through the stall.
Then it finally freed up there later in the run as he went a little far over onto that hose, so adjusted there before.
These Blaney, Suarez, and Bell left to pit.
Pickup of the day for them on pit road. Remember, they had an issue on the right rear in an earlier stop, but not a great stop under green for the 54.
Yeah, the advantage of trying to take 2 tires were kind of lost by sliding long in his box and having to back it up. Did a nice job. Crew did a good job not going to work, not incurring a penalty by being over, and Ty very efficiently got it in reverse, but the time penalty was lost.
Looks like Gibbs is going to come out 18th, actually. Oh, Blaney's in. Leaves Suarez and Bell. Actually, Suarez pits. That leaves just Bell. With 22 to go.
Comes that second place car, Daniel Suarez. He told Ryan Sparks a moment ago, we've made it better in traffic, but I got to keep that turn for these final 22 laps. Again, he pitted at lap 107, so this stop should be a little bit quicker than everybody else, and you see that reflected in right side tires only.
Bell and Briscoe, the only 2 JGR cars that haven't, or the 2 JGR cars that haven't won this year. Oh, SVG got a tire down, maybe right rear. Or did he get the wall? Well, he's still running. I don't see tires look up. Ooh, yeah, he might have just got out of the groove. Looks like he's still struggling with it. Nice. Oh yeah, he just up the hill. Up the hill and won. Didn't even hit the wall. Ooh. Gaggle of cars there. Reddick, Hunt, and chase Elliott. Man, Elliott fell off. Lost a spot to Jones, lost a spot to Busher. Right now he's got Reddick all over him.
There you go. Bell has 10 seconds over Hamlin. 21 laps to go.
No, what happened to Chase? I mean, he fell off. That's kind of surprising. He had the pace that was maybe equal to Hamlin if they were on a short run, just maybe not the long run, but kind of shocked he fell off as much as he did.
Well, that's exactly what he's got the last few laps, getting a little bit of toe out front.
Meanwhile, Bell, 20 to go. Now keep in mind, somebody brought up one of the races, and I think back to this. The last time the 20 car won here, Matt Kenseth. How'd he do it? Fuel mileage.
Yeah, the 24 is close enough now to the 11, but he has him squarely in the mirror. There it is, on board with Byron. You see up ahead.
Meanwhile, with Bell in his race, now we are assuming if Bell can't make it that this is going to be the race for the win right here, Hamlin and Byron, but we've seen stranger things happen. 19 to go.
But let's listen to some 11 radio.
We need to go. The 20 is in the 1. He's going to try to stretch it. It sounds like he's got to stay for about 4 laps of fuel, but he's trying to. So we need to go pressure him again.
That's the information that Denny's getting. So we're going to believe that Denny's...
They definitely improved that 24 car too, because we haven't seen anybody be able to run down Hamlin like this. No way this is worse than fucking Texas. I still say Texas is the worst race we've seen this year, period. It's not even close, but everybody's different.
This 24 car might have enough to get up there and make something out of it. Denny is going to be able to control the race with the dirty air, but he will catch lap traffic. We saw this at the start of the race, guys, when Kyle Larson lost the lead to Denny Hamlin in some lap traffic off of turn 3.
Let's see what happens. We got 18 laps to go, so...
Denny Hamlin, I don't believe Byron can drive up there and just get around this 11 by himself. He will need some traffic to muddy the waters a little bit for Denny Hamlin.
Now 18 laps to go. Just such a long time.
It was, fuck. Because that was him in the 41. That was 16, wasn't it? Remember when Kurt stretched it?
About what happened to him last week in the injury, managing the fuel gauge, and back behind him, the race for second right now, Hamlin and Byron.
Equal lap times the last time by. Nemechek also.
But again, we're watching two races essentially here. This battle between Denny and Byron, which is for second at the moment, and then Bell. Can Bell stretch it? If Bell stretches it, this doesn't matter. But if he doesn't, then this is the battle for the win.
Well, I was getting ready to say, Nemechek wants Byron to get there and somehow get them side by side and start to
Ooh, did he?
each other. Side
Oh, did Byron get... Did it slide on him off of one? Damn, Reddick. Look at Reddick's pace. Damn, Reddick got a 53.4, quickest car on the field right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to... I don't know if he's going to be able to get up there and make up that gap, but damn. He's ripping it right now.
In fact, a moment ago, they just started giving him updates to where William Byron is running, and when they went into the...
But again, all this is going on behind Christopher Bell.
Give me those updates. Tell me where that 24 is running so I can match what he's doing.
Look at Hamlin and Byron's lap times. Matching lap times that lap by. Damn, Reddick again. I know he's on refreshed tires, Tyler is, but I just don't know if you can make up that gap with 16 to go without the aid of a yellow.
And it's only 8.6 seconds with 16 laps to go, so I don't think he's going to Stevens says, I
15 to go.
Now, look, we're trying to guess how much fuel this 20 is saving, but these teams have become so efficient with fuel savings. Drivers have the tools.
But keep in mind, the race here last year, which they're mentioning now, didn't think Chase Briscoe was going to make it. He did. Who did he beat? Man running second right now. A JGR car beating another JGR car? Where have we seen this story? Oh, I don't know. Rewind a year ago. Rewind a year ago.
To put into perspective, right, the 19 had to go just over 40 laps. Now, they had some issue on fueling, and they weren't full, which is what made him have to save some gas. The 20 is just trying to go as far as possible. Trevor, the 45 of Reddick in 6 on.
But again, I'm shocked at the fall off of the 19, though. The 9 car at one point looked like he was going to take it. The Denny Hamlin. And now he's down to 9th.
What I love is it's just they've given themselves options. They just don't all follow the 11 down and say, well, he has us beat today. We're going to do what the 11 does. They're not Eeyore today, right? They're out there trying to make something work, trying to be positive, giving the driver 45. These guys have had an unbelievable season. But that was a long time. As great as it was, it's kind of almost out of sight, out of mind. That happened so far at the beginning. Marty, the 20th Bell, currently 7 seconds in front of Hamlin.
Steve, you're exactly right. They're starting to be a little growing confidence here in the 20 camp. They can make it. It's going to be close.
13 to go.
Our chance for a top 3 is to keep saving.
Again. Brad Keselowski won this race on a bum ankle in 2011. Matt Kenseth won this race on fuel mileage in 2015. So, I ain't counting anything out yet. Well, after one, Lance, is when we got opening ceremonies, so.
I think he needs about 6.0 average, and I've seen a lot of laps, 5-point-somethings. And the 5-point-somethings mean they're a little short. And you can hear it in Adam Stevens' voice there. Don't get caught up in the race with the 11. Like, he's thinking top 3. You know, just anything would be a great day.
A little bit of lap traffic for Denny Hamlin, as we saw on the screen.
No, they bumped up the start time. They bounced it. Was it Friday? Friday or yes? No, it was yesterday. Yesterday, middle of yesterday. Yesterday afternoon they announced that.
Denny's going to make quick work of the lap traffic. Going around Ty Dillon in the 10.
One car, though, that right in front of him, Daniel Dye, doesn't do a lot of racing in the next gen. Will he know how to, make this as easy as possible for Denny to get through?
I think about Christopher Bell and his average running position today outside the top 20. Dealing with that fractured wrist and all the things that have come with that after that hard hit last week at Michigan. And this team has really managed the afternoon, putting themselves in the best position for success now. Can he save enough to get
11 to go.
11 to go. He's still out front, Marty.
Steve's burn bar, Adam, is indeed a cheat. Adam Stevens just told Christopher Bell, that's not enough. I need a little bit more. So, Steve, you called it. You're noticing it on the 20 as well. Need a little bit more to make it to the end, these final 11 laps.
I've tested math a few times, Marty, and I'm 0 for every time I've tried to test the math. When it says you're not going to make it, the guy sitting next to me has felt it from behind the wheel. One time in Las Vegas, we were supposed to be a mile short. We ran out exactly a mile from the start-finish line. Like, these guys are so good at predicting, and that was a decade ago. These cars now, they have it down to the ounce. So Adam Stevens,
It's about 5 seconds.
if you get a yellow, you probably could save enough to make it. So you don't want to just pull over and give up your track.
Exactly.
I think it sounded like right there, he's clutching it.
10 laps to go, 25 miles. Left at Pocono.
I don't think he's doing that to be able to make the lap time, but
let's see what he's doing. Lifted real early.
It's bad.
No break. I'm looking at the RPM to your point, Dale, because it would drop dramatically if he clutched. One thing he didn't do, there's no downshift. That thing's high gear all the way around. Keeping the RPM is basically fuel burn. That's how you can look at it. The RPM's going up, you're burning more gas. between here. Probably lift real early, no brake. Turn 3 will be the other one. You should use a bunch of brake in turn 3 or some brake. I bet he uses nearly, probably 0, I bet. I bet he coasts off into the corner. Shaking his head. Adam's like, that's not enough. I need more.
It's going to be a nail biter. You're coming to 9 to go. 4 seconds.
Cut me some slack. Find me some fuel. 25 miles to go. 10 laps.
You can see Denny there behind on screen.
I think he's going to get
9 to go.
Just 10 laps here, 9 laps here. There's a long way to go. This is the
Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick continues to make progress on those fresh tires. He got around Larson and is closing the gap to Nemechek.
Try to maintain this 3.5-second lead. But look at the gap, right? If Bell does save enough, and he can say he gets 10 seconds back. That's going to be a 6th or a 7th for a day that he was outside the top 20.
Huge for them.
Meanwhile, Chase Elliott has fallen outside the top 10. Talk about going 2 different ways. Bell tried to play the strategy, might get a top 10 out of it. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott, who we saw be maybe second best car to Hamlin, is outside the top 10 now.
And we just can't say enough about the execution and the opportunity that exists.
But how about Legacy today? Nemechek running 4th, Jones running 7th.
Here last year and in position for a top 5 today.
And then you got Tyler Reddick right behind him. Tyler with the newer tires running about, let's say, 2 tenths to 5 tenths better a lap than Denny Hamlin. So he's
But this is the car that's making time right now.
about 5 seconds. But now, this is where it gets tough. He's in traffic. These spots won't come easily. And so this will be what I believe keeps this 45 car from going up there and challenging for the win. Trying to get by Nemechek here. It's costing him laps that he doesn't have to give.
Behind Reddick.
Well, keep in mind, that's a second lap to Denny Hamlin, essentially is what we're thinking. 5 seconds, assuming Bell can't make it.
Good things going at Nashville, a late spin, but they've been scoring stage points, knocking on the door. And here he is riding 6 today. He's also knocking on the door, top 5 in points, that threshold where you need to be if you're going to win a championship. He is our reigning champ. Right behind him, Eric Jones, knocking out another top 10 this afternoon. He rides 7. Their performance has been outstanding.
Yeah, Legacy Motors Club having a great day. Right behind him, the RFK entry, the 17 of Chris Buescher, currently 8. Just that's what Chris Buescher does. Quiet days, another top 10. The 1 of Chastain, I won't say it was quiet. We've seen some tire smoke coming to pit road. You can't miss this Busch Light Lime on the racetrack. It's bright green and it stands out, but somehow he's just blended his way into the top 10 and behind the 1 of Chastain, the 54 of Gibbs. We saw the 2-tire call a little long in his pit box. It may have cost him 1 spot to Chastain a couple seconds back. I'm not sure if it was a big deal in the absolute finishing order, but Gibbs continues time after time just finding his way. Remember that slow pit stop early really got the 54 behind, but they've recovered to run in the top 10.
I think there were 6 times this year that Gibbs has either matched or bettered his career best at a track. It speaks to their performance through this first part of the regular season.
And he's under 2 seconds behind the 20 of Christopher Bell.
I think Bell knows now it's all about fuel conservation. Looking at his last couple laps, he is saving a ton of fuel.
Going to be 5 laps to go this time around.
Yeah, this could still be close.
Just when Denny gets within range, does he have any more ability to push?
Well, the problem is with 28 cars in the lead lap, it would be a very costly
5 to go.
gamble. Right, he's currently, as they run, up inside the top 10, that has winning points involved, so he won't be quite that high up. But if you run out of gas at the white flag, you're going to lose 25 points.
5 to go.
Stay on that pace, even if they get there. We'll probably slide in P4, we think, if we get enough savings.
I like the honesty. Like, hey, man, let's not even pretend we're racing Hamlin. We're thinking P4. If giving him a target pace, Hamlin's thinking, that's great, man, but just let me go clean because I have a Hendrick Chevy back here, a couple seconds back, but he's close enough. I don't want to catch you at the wrong time.
That's so painful for Christopher Bell to know that he could run harder and possibly keep Denny behind him. He's going to have to let him just drive right by him. He's got to do it quick because Byron's only 2 seconds back. There goes Denny to the inside. That'll be there. There it is.
Denny Hamlin.
There's the change for the lead.
Teammate saving fuel. Hamlin takes advantage. The 11 in charge, coming to 4 laps to go.
4 laps to go.
Right now, let's talk. It's
10 miles.
Position, but now just get in that slipstream, let the air pull you along. I think it's easier, Dale, to save now that you know it's not for the.
God, look at Reddick though.
The race to the 11 now.
I don't know. Watch that 45 car, guys. He's knocked it under 4 seconds. I wouldn't necessarily give this to Denny quite yet. I wouldn't necessarily give it to him yet. See a Reddick had shot there? I don't know. It's just, I know Denny just wants to see the white at this point.
And now if you're Denny Hamlin, you're like, just get me to that white flag. Don't need any more drama this afternoon. Riding with Byron here.
Bell was 31st when we started this run. What a call, yeah. I mean, it works. Really great call. And, you know, he's thinking he's in this car because he wants to try to race for a championship. You know, he comes in, he wants to be in that top 5, top 6.
Byron gets Bell.
Also out of that position coming into this race, so it's going to be a big day.
I don't know, Reddick might get 2 for 1 here. He's within 7/10 of a second of these two.
Bell wishes this race was 2 laps shorter. The guy behind him, Tyler Reddick, wishes it was about 5 laps longer. Because Reddick on the fresher.
Yeah, he's going to easily probably get these two.
And I think he has Byron. He has more than enough. He's been a second faster than Byron the last 3 laps. So I think he's going to get Byron for sure. I'm not sure he has speed to go get Hamlin. Hamlin definitely doesn't want to see a yellow, though, because if you think you're staying out, which probably the leaders would, the fresher tires for Reddick are really showing up. Let's see just on board if he's able to
2 laps to go.
or if he's going to get stuck behind the 24.
2 laps to go.
Reddick again, the quickest car on the track. 4/10 of a second quicker.
Career victory. And it comes nearly 20 years after he got his first right here at Pocono. Just unbelievable what this guy has been able to do over the long haul. And at 45 years old, continues to be top-notch. No debating. He is on fire right now. Hottest driver in all of NASCAR.
Looking to try to win 3 straight for the first time in his Cup career. Hard to believe it's taken that long for Denny to win 3 straight.
Oh man, he buries it down into turn 3 to the inside.
There you go, coming to the white flag. Oh, Bell's out. Bell's out, Reddick to second as Hamlin takes the white flag.
1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. There's Bell.
Next flag ends the race.
Yeah, so at least he got to pit road. He's probably going to lose.
Bell was a lap short.
Spots. Now it's all about Denny Hamlin. He has about 2 miles to go.
4 times in his career, he's won back-to-back, but he's never
won 3 straight.
Boy, has he been so impressive. Across the tunnel turn. Short shoot to turn 3.
Legacy almost with the double top 5.
And now the left-hander coming
He'll take sole possession of 9th all-time. First time in his Cup career, Denny Hamlin. 3 straight wins. 8th at Pocono. Reddick ends up P2. Byron P3, Nemechek P4, Larson P5, Jones, Busher, Chastain, Gibbs, and Blaney, your top 10. 3 straight. Now has sole possession of 9th all-time.
Hamlin now 19 points back. Incredible day. 64th.
19 points back now. The points leader Tyler Reddick. 3 races ago, he was 122 back. He's now only 19.
Bell battled it out. He's going to end up 26th.
How about this? Talk about drivers that have been able to
Not just 3 straight wins, but 3 straight from the pole.
done when you start up front. That's an elite list. Darrell Waltrip on there, 1981,
No.
by the way.
He won 5. I think it was 5 out of 7 or 5 out of 6, but he didn't win them consecutively.
This win number 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing.
I think it was 5 of 7.
Matching Hendrick Motorsports for the most all time.
Yeah, Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin has now won 10 races together. This combination is quickly becoming magic in front of our eyes.
Yeah, what's impressive to me is that we know the Toyotas are great this year, but they have done the best job, clearly, of all of them to be the best one. We
Executing.
I just don't know what's gonna stop them. Does anybody in this field have anything for this 11 team?
It's not just that they have great race cars; it's the execution too. You know.
We've always said that that's dangerous for the rest of the field when Denny Hamlin has confidence. I don't think he's ever been more confident than he is right now.
Now they just have to manage the next couple of weeks on the road and then reset for the stretch run.
Might be. Might be. I think at this rate, we got to debate whether Denny's a first ballot Hall of Famer without a championship. You know. Would you consider him a first ballot Hall of Famer even though he doesn't have a Cup title? I think he is. I think his stats, resume. I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer even without the Cup title.
What is the ceiling for this team? It's unbelievable.
$19 points.
There you see the points. I said it. Reddick 19 in front of Hamilton.
Again, 122 back 3 races ago.
No way you could get there. What Reddick's doing, his consistency, the average finish, and all of that. And those 5 victories, you're like, man, everybody's racing for second. Denny Hamlin said not so fast.
Hamlin said, watch this. 3 straight.
In front of another sellout crowd here at Pocono, Denny Hamlin gets win number 8. Here, the tricky triangle. And 3rd in a row in 2026, something he has never done before.
Must be a good day to have some variation of the name Hamill, right, Hamill? Wink, wink. Hamlin, Hamilton.
Talking about it this morning is a little extra special to do it in front of the sellout crowd here at Pocono.
No doubt. First win here. Just so special here. You know, Pocono has mastered the fan experience from the crowd in the stands to the infield here. Nick and his whole team has just done an amazing job. I gotta say, awesome for the King's Hawaiian car. Finally, the King's Hawaiian curse is over. Yeah, they thought my head was getting a little big, so they made me wear this suit this week and to put me back to where I need to be. So I'm just so happy for this whole Joe Gibbs Racing team. This is a team effort. You know, giving me the fast cars. The pit crew is flawless right now. We just got it all going.
You and I stood right here 2 years ago, and it was mostly booze. I kind of heard a mix today. Are they starting to turn and like this 45-year-old Denny Hamlin, these fans?
I mean, thank you. Thank you. That really means a lot, seriously. Thank you so much for that. Man, it's like a second home for me.
I want to ask you what Dale Jr. asked at the end.
Oh, I could get one.
The most confident you've been in your 20
I always did kind of like Danny.
Well, I'd say it's certainly the best we've been.
Definitely on the list of the guys that I like, for sure.
We got a great shot to win, and the team's just doing an amazing job giving me exactly what I need in the car every single week. So that's why we're winning.
When it comes to that regular season championship, you heard Chris Gale say, we're closing in. Denny immediately came on the radio, said, I only care about wins. He gets another one here, the 8th at Pocono, and 3rd in a row this year, Adam.
Well, and he references the team. He and Chris Gale have now won 10 times in their 51 starts together. Impressive for that driver crew chief lineup. Fun day at Pocono. Familiar scene in Victory Lane, Danielle. Once again, it's Denny Hamlin.
We're getting used to it here in the prime part of the schedule, Adam. There is no doubt. And Corey, just behind us are the Pocono Rocks that are designated from some of the best to ever race here. And it was Denny Hamlin a few years ago. I think it was Pocono win number 6, and he said, "You can boo my rock if you want to." I love that Marty acknowledged the reaction from the crowd and the roar of this sellout crowd here at Pocono. Are they just starting to, whether you love or hate Denny Hamlin, he's a very polarizing guy, but are we starting to respect the heater that he's on right now? Is that what we're hearing in the grandstand?
He's not giving us a dang choice because all we keep talking about is Denny this, Denny that.
He's got,
but there's nothing else to talk about because the guy wins.
he's got the ability this year, more than I think I've ever seen him.
But the run that this 11 car, it's a couple years ago, Chris Gabehart, they were on a run similar as this. They called it magic. I don't think there's any magic to building a 3,600-pound missile going 2 miles an hour. But if there's any sort of magic in this mix, the 11 car has it.
Denny Hamlin will stop by here at the prime stage. Chase Elliott will be here as well. Brad Keselowski is ready to join us as a guest analyst. Dale Jr., Steve Letarte, it's going to be a full house, hour-long post-race show coming up in just moments. We're breaking down Pocono live with you here on Prime.
Thank you, Danielle. Corey, dig through those Denny notes because he's coming back your way again. NASCAR Live from Victory Lane, next on Prime.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
That's just the way you make me feel. That's just the way you make me feel.
Denny again. Seriously. Can't overlook him. Denny doing what Denny does. Denny's continuing to kick ass.
In small towns and big cities, short tracks, super speedways, road courses, and neighborhoods. Build a track, we'll race it. Make it difficult, we'll find a way.
Welcome to NASCAR Live from Victory Lane, presented by Mobil 1. He called it his second home, I think, after winning here 8 times in the Cup Series. You can call it a place that's becoming pretty familiar. Denny Hamlin and that 11 team from Joe Gibbs Racing celebrating in Victory Lane. Your winner will be dropping by the desk to hang with us and break it all down for the next 60 minutes. So glad that you're along as well. Danielle Trotta alongside NASCAR Cup Series champion Brad Keselowski, NASCAR driver Corey LaJoy. Buddy, I wanted the day to go better for you.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Rough
We've been
day.
hanging out for a little bit.
Rough day for the 16. We're not on a hot streak. You talk about Denny Hamlin, he's on a heater. We are not on a heater. We've had 4 bad weeks, and that's part of how the sport goes. But got caught up in the wreck, not of our own making, and kind of not the day we want. We dropped down the point standings, and that's NASCAR's 38 weeks, and there's not all good weeks.
It's not often we talk to guys. I mean, most of the time we talk to guys that won or had some sort of decent day. Not often do you hear the dejection and the feelings that you wrestle generally not talking to anybody from the time you get to the racetrack to the time you get to the airport. Like that's time of no radio, just silence, debating your life decisions. But now you're here talking about it.
How dark did it get in the bus there, Brad?
NASCAR's an emotional roller coaster. It really is. As a driver team, and you have to be in a place mentally where you're not as good as your great days and you're not as bad as your bad days, and you just keep pushing forward. And that's where we're at. We got to push forward to the next week now.
Tyler Reddick finishing second behind your winner, Denny Hamlin. He's standing by now. Let's hear from him post-race.
Tyler
I think so.
Marching for was fresher tires than everyone. A little bit of a strategy.
I think so.
There and then pitting long. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it almost worked. It's just, yeah, when you go that long, you just, it all kind of falls to how you catch cars. I think we definitely lost second and a half there when we just took the tires and caught the 9, the 17. There was slope, you know, lap down cars side by side. So we definitely lost time a couple spots there. Some of it's, you know, everyone's racing hard for track position. Some of it's just bad luck, I guess, you know, just where you catch cars. And so, yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, if the 11 wasn't the winner, you could consider this a good day, but 35 points just aren't enough right now. So, yeah, you know, we knew qualifying was going to be tricky coming into this, and we weren't able to get stage points. I know we finished second, but yeah, scoring the points we did just didn't get the job done.
I know we talked about the late race strategy part, but you kind of track your ability to win back to a restart where you thought you had a tire going down.
Yeah, just insane. I mean, restarts were good for us most of the day. We had that one restart there. We were ahead of the 11, ahead of the 24, the 9, all those guys, and we went into one. It just felt squishy. It felt soft. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't down. I would have crashed if not. So, I don't know. Got to figure that one out. Just in a super critical moment, we needed to maintain on the restart, and we had a terrible one, and that put us behind those guys, and that was it.
Thanks, Tyler. Second place finish for Tyler Reddick today, but as he said, may not be enough to hang on to this points lead that he's got if Denny Hamlin keeps it up.
And William Byron will come home in the third position. A solid day for a team looking for some stability this season. Do you feel like the gains you guys found today outweighed maybe where you were still missing it a little?
Yeah, I think this is, you know, probably the first time in 4 months that I've been able to drive the car this way and just be able to make moves and just have the balance stay with me. So, yeah, just really appreciate everybody on our race team. The 24 group's been working really hard, and appreciate everyone back at Hendrick Motorsports too for working really hard and just trusting our tools and our things we can use. So, yeah, just felt confident throughout the weekend. Just felt like from lap 1 on track I could push pretty hard, and you know, the strategy makes it tough where you have to restart towards the back, but I felt like our Raptor Chevy, we could kind of manipulate and work through traffic, so that was awesome.
How important was a day like today before we go into San Diego with all of its unknowns?
Yeah, it's a lot of unknowns. I mean, I think I'm excited for it just because I feel like we've been in the kind of muck of the Cup Series for a while, and it just kind of grinding, and you know, I feel like we're conditioned well for a new challenge. So yeah, we'll go next week and try to have a good run, and just good to get, you know, this strong on the ovals. I feel like this is yeah, kind of back to what we're used to. So this is great.
Podium finish for William Byron.
All right, Kim, thanks so much. Let's take a look at your full field results. A 1-2 finish for Toyota. Also 2 Hendrick drivers finishing inside the top 5. Blaney stopped by pre-race. He salvages a top 10. Chase Elliott will be by here in just a minute. Suarez finishing 13th. Strategy late. Bit that Spire driver. Had to top off with fuel. And the guy it really doesn't work out for on the final lap. Christopher Bell has to pit and settles for a 26th place finish. All right, let's bring him up. NASCAR's most popular driver. You know him, you love him. Settled for 11th today, had 4 consecutive top 10s coming into this race at Pocono. Just missed 5 in a row, but a decent run, one of the fastest cars, aside from Denny Hamlin all day. From Hendrick Motorsports, driver the number 9, Chase Elliott.
How's it going?
Chase, how's it going for you? 11th overall, one of the fastest cars. At one point, felt like maybe you were the only one that could get the 11 if anybody were to. What happened there down the stretch?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just got out, had a bad last run for sure, struggled pretty bad. So need to kind of understand why I went the wrong way there towards the end, but had a good start, you know, good middle stretch, especially starting where we did. Was able to get up through the pack and kind of get ourselves to the backside of the top 10, which was great. Raced Denny a little bit for the lead. I mean, he pretty much had that under control.
Just
but it was nice to be
somebody's dominant this season. I don't see you complaining. Probably half the people that are complaining about Toyota weren't complaining when Kyle Larson won 10 races in 21.
Started to get to me, and then that was kind of ball game. So yeah, hey, we ended up that way. Kind of a bummer last run to a pretty solid day otherwise, but yeah, nice not to crash. I feel like I've crashed for the past month, so good to make it across the finish line.
Well, that makes one of us, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It happens. Conditions today, very cloudy. Pace was really fast. But one of the things that really stood out to me is the track surface. We saw, and we talked about it a couple times on the broadcast, how the sealer was coming out of the track. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about the conditions and how it affected your race?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the biggest.
Also, we made the whole race too.
Was the lanes, right?
No weather. We made the entire race without weather being a factor.
Third lane-ish, especially in 1 and in 3. And I didn't really see that as much today. The bottom was way more competitive, especially in turn 1. It seemed like the middle kind of got to be no man's land. I don't know if that has something to do with all the sealer they put down or what, but
did that affect your race with the sealer coming up at all?
I don't think it affected my race. It just kind of made my decision making for lane choices potentially a little different than they would have been if I was, just solely going on last year's race. But outside of that, I could hear chunks hitting the fenders and stuff, hitting the windshield. But otherwise, pretty straightforward.
I got to tell you, in stage 2, that 9 Camaro was pretty sporty. We got a couple. We got some B-roll. I wanted you to walk us through here as you had the lead, with the 11 car getting bigger and bigger in the mirror. So you've been racing around. We've been talking about Toyotas. We've been talking about all these things. But what do you racing around those Toyotas, whether it be the 45 or the 11? What do you notice that those cars are doing a little better this year?
It's really hard to tell from my perspective. I mean, certainly they have a lot of straight line speed. Vinny does a great job around this place as is. But he made some really big runs at me off of turn 3 into turn 1. And, that was going to be a really difficult thing to defend today. I feel like I was going to wind up doing myself a disservice at some point, driving over my head. So I just felt like I needed to kind of settle in and maybe learn something, too, at the same time. But yeah, those guys are, they're a really strong team, and again, then he does a good job. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he puts himself in contention in Atlanta to win a lot, and they're deserving. So we just got to get better. Like I said, I thought the first half-ish, maybe a little past half way in the race was really solid for us. Certainly not the result that I feel like we deserved on the day, or the result I thought we deserved. It was the result we deserved at the end. But certainly felt like we were a little stronger than that earlier in the race. But yeah, didn't finish strong, and that's what you'll get.
Car's really fast. Last few weeks, you've been in contention, leading laps, running up front. That has to feel good. What's the state of the number 19?
Yeah, I feel like we're in a good spot. I think for us throughout the course of the year, we've had the weeks when we've been solid. I feel like we've been really solid, and I think for us it's just cleaning up some of that consistency, and then also finishing. Finishing some of these races has been a bit of a challenge. Last week had another great week going. Were we the best car last week? Probably not, but we'll be in the mix. I would say so. So we got ourselves in a position there, and I made a mistake and crashed again, right? So I think for us, to your point, we've been solid. I'm proud of kind of the journey and the course we're on. We just got to keep our heads down and me do a little better job finishing these races, and then certainly on a day like today, try and make the last run our best run, and instead of going the other direction.
Chase, I couldn't help but notice, it's not a terribly hot day today, but you guys, I'm sitting here looking at fire suits covered in salt lines, right? Of how many times you're sweating, it's cooling off. You guys are in there working, man. Heart rates are up. What's a recovery look like? What's like an average heart rate today? Are you in there working 155, 160?
In my experience, I think it has a lot to do with how your car's driving. When your car is driving well, I think your heart rate can stay low, and then obviously, circumstances and things that are going on can make it elevate. But there were points in time during the race where I would say my heart rate was pretty low. Car was driving good, and then towards the end of the race, maybe not so much. But yeah, overall, it was a pretty cool day. I wouldn't say it was really hot at all for this time of year. We've been pretty lucky. I feel like, in general, we haven't had a lot of hot days yet, so
going to Indy.
Something
so
tells me
too soon.
Oh, I know it's coming. Yeah. So it's not it's not that it's not on the way. It's just we haven't seen them yet. So yeah, I'm sure we'll get our fair share, and we'll just go to work.
Next week should be pretty nice as well in San Diego. And when you enter that race, Chase, you're only 30 points outside of third, chasing Ryan Blaney. Still fourth in points, but closing that gap with good results like today. So congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it. Like I said, it's you know, even as frustrating as the result can be today, it's like, you know, you have to kind of sit back and look at some of the positives and things we've had going in the direction I feel like we've been pushing in. So just go back home, dissect the last few runs, see what we can do to be a little better. And, you know, hopefully we got the.
Sorry, I'm just checking different things.
Just finishing some of these things and
Seeing more people complain and whine because Chevrolet didn't do so hot today, even though they finished third with Byron.
See what that's all about.
He's heading home to Georgia, but not before he stopped by the Prime stage. Guys, you like having Chase Elliott here? Let's give him a thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Guys.
Chase Elliott here on NASCAR Live. Want to remind you, Chris Buescher had today's Xfinity fastest lap, and for that, he will earn a point in the Cup Series driver standings, and he's standing by now with Kim Kuhn.
Chris Buescher brings home his 17 car in the 7th position. What kept you guys from making the leap maybe to that top 5 finish?
I don't have a good answer for you right now. You know, it's a lot of strategy goes into this race, and everybody did a good job. SpilledSubmarines.com Ford Mustang was strong, and we had some really fast laps in clean air, but man, we didn't have much of the day in clean air. And I know it's everyone's least favorite term, but it matters so much here. So I was a little surprised the track didn't widen out as much as it did last year, which really gave us opportunity to move forward better. We just got a little more trapped this year. So good work. Proud of everybody. That's, you know, another step in the right direction, and it's a good day. Just we gotta break through and just get a little better yet.
All right, Kim, thank you so much. Denny Hamlin passing Kyle Busch with his 64th win today. He now holds the record solo for 9th all-time in NASCAR Cup Series victories, the first time he's ever won 3 consecutive races and closing that points gap to just 19 markers behind Kyle Reddick. Incredible. You're looking live at the garage as haulers and teams pack up and head from Pocono, Pennsylvania, all the way to the other side of the country. We're racing in Coronado next week. We'll be right back.
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again! Bell has driven to victory again. How about that?
That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Ever since we hired Dale Jr. at IHOP.
Hey, hey.
Look, it's pancakes!
Dine-in delivery catering.
Will you sell my pancakes? What causes a curve? Is it Peyronie's disease? Is there somebody I can talk to for help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Mountain Dew was established in 1948.
All started when two brothers perfected that citrus kick.
5 cents for a dew.
I'll take 100.
Tasting great since 48.
And what I'm doing here is reducing chaos to a mystical geometry of verticals and horizontals.
Alexa, play House of the Dragon, Season 3.
What are you doing?
This is a painting. This is a 65-inch TV. Come on.
The all-new Amazon Ember art line with Fire TV. With Alexa Plus, 10 designer frames to choose from, and free museum-worthy art. It's not just a smart TV, it's an art TV.
It's time now for Victory Lane Moments, presented by Mobile One. And Denny Hamlin is stacking up these wins.
Yeah. I'd say he is.
Not when he got inside me, but the lap before that, just run me over down the straightaway. I mean, not really around, and he closes 2-3 car lengths. I don't do that to nobody. I don't really know what to do different there. Maybe don't let the 11 get my right rear, but like I'm kind of just pimp. I say that because I don't have an answer. I definitely agree as far as I just don't know if it would have saved all. If he did, you guys still gapping everything but the 11. 11 has been most aggressive.
Yeah, we're getting off a little familiar with Dennis stopping by the prime stage. A chair reserved for the winner of the last 3 races. He will be stopping by the prime desk here.
Need to add another one to that car number.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Letarte, they know a thing or two about winning here at Pocono. Dale, what do you make of what we're watching out of Mr. Hamlin?
Well, I mean, we came to Pocono, so it's no real surprise to see him, be
Not 8 wins at Pocono.
I'm impressed, I guess, by their execution. We expected
For Danny.
last year, but they put together a flawless race and did everything they needed to do to control it. A lot of different teams threw some different strategies at them, and they come out on top. So just like Reddick was able to execute in the first 5 or so races, or first half dozen races of the season, that's where Denny and his team are today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Denny has 4 wins plus the All-Star, so technically 5, which ties Tyler Reddick, who technically has 5 points paying victories, and heartbreak for Denny's teammate Christopher Bell. Denny made the pass with 5 to go. You saw Bell run out of fuel, settle for 26th at the end of the day. Marty Snyder spoke to Bell a little bit earlier.
Boy, what an effort from Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell. Man, you were stretching the fuel, doing the best you could. Did you start to believe, hey, I think this is going to work out for us?
I mean, I didn't know what to think. I was just trying to stay closed-minded or open-minded, I guess, and just do my job inside the car. Yeah, I mean, obviously, whenever they start telling me that we're getting good gas mileage and we're in good position, I'm starting to get excited in there. But just, I don't know, wasn't meant to be.
It was worth the gamble, though, correct? Because you'd kind of run 20th to 25th all day.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we were mired back in the 20s, and so
It was worth the gamble. I thought they were going to at least do. I thought they were going to do something. I thought they were going to be close.
because you don't know if you're racing
You know.
to win, if you're racing to finish the race, and so I didn't stop shifting until about 10 to go, where I left it in 5th, and then I certainly could have given up 4 pace and fallen back, and maybe finished into the, I don't know, outside the top 10. It would have been a net gain, but we ended about where we were running all day.
I want to ask you about your day inside the car. Number one, how was the wrist doing, and how was the day managing all that you were doing, as you said, driving one-handed?
So whenever the field got strung out, I felt fine. Like running by myself, I felt like it was normal. Certainly, adverse conditions, like whenever people make quick moves and restarts, you get put 3 wide, or the car gets loose, things like that are very difficult. Like the wreck in turn 4, I had to, just kind of the wheel got jarred a little bit.
Getting a little more post-race done, guys, before I head out.
I think I'm fine, but certainly, restarts and stuff are very difficult.
What an effort from Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens today. It winds up being a 26th place finish.
Yeah, it's only going to get more difficult at the road courses the next 2 weeks, San Diego and Sonoma. Brad, what do you make of the strategy there? Bell said worth the gamble, even though ultimately it doesn't work out.
Well, he came 1 lap short. Christopher Bell pitted in lap 108, 160-lap race, ran out of fuel, coming to 159. He's 1 lap. I mean, that's definitely a great gamble in my mind. It puts you in a position where they call it 1 yellow. He has a shot to win this race. And like he said in his interview, he was running in the 20s. What did he have to lose? I think for him just to even be in that position, given the week that he's had, is really remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I think without leading, he makes it. I really think he just burned more gas because he thought there was a chance to, Brad's point, 1 early yellow, and now you're in the window. Now you can race. You don't have to give up the lead, and he just didn't save enough early enough, and that's what got him. But I love the attitude. Like, he likes the gamble. Ho-hum, oh, well, we were finished where we were running. Like, that encourages a crew chief.
All right, well, I think I'm going to head out. We'll see you guys for San Diego.
What I liked about the way he ran the gamble, and we're going to break that down for you here. This is kind of a one-of-a-kind debut here. We're going to break that down to what that actually looks like. So I spoke about
So I think I'm going to
108.
head out of here.
111. Christopher Bell spends about the first, 20 laps exactly, 131, running his car.
Take it easy,
full pace.
fellas.
We're going to see that here, what that means. About lap 137, he starts fuel
Peace.
saving. Stevie, you talked about this.